leading Atlanta to the playoffs 3 times and making a run to the Eastern Conference Finals in 2021. But Atlanta was just 2-8 with Young in the lineup this season and will now move on to a new era focused on their young core, which includes Jalen Johnson and Dyson Daniels. The Wizards are 10-26 and are on track to miss the playoffs for the 5th consecutive season. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. This morning we get the second of 3 days of crucial readings of the U.S. job market. Giving insight into both the pace of firing and hiring, HR firm Challenger Gray & Christmas will deliver its December tally of U.S. layoff announcements. Then the Labor Department will issue its reading of new and ongoing unemployment claim filings for last week, which likely will show a bounce back from the level below 200,000 seen on Christmas week. The readings come a day ahead of tomorrow's big December employment and unemployment report. A defense contractor finds itself on the defensive following a social media post from President Trump. It says Raytheon spends money too heavily on stock buybacks and insufficiently invests in weapons and equipment. The president says Raytheon needs to increase investments in production plants and stop repurchasing shares or risk losing Pentagon contracts. He has also signed an order for all defense contractors to cut dividends and stock buybacks and limit executive pay. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A hotel might offer a bar, a resort, a spa. But if you want it all, dining, pools, gaming, clubs, shows, it takes more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata, where the best meals meet the hottest tables, where one pool leads to the next. Room service, bottle service, every service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So we built one. Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Achieve your dreams and goals with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. As a homeowner, reward yourself for your hard work and investment. Home equity can be used in a variety of ways, like completing home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Give back to yourself for your hard work. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home equity to learn more. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com When
it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group, nationally recognized, neighborhood trusted.
That is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Hugh Douglas here. It's playoff season. The hits get harder, the nights get colder, and the stakes, well, they get a little higher. But some things don't change, like the slow pour of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey over ice. Jack Daniel's and playoff football go hand in hand. So make sure you pick you up a bottle at your local fine wine and good spirits stores. Try out the Tennessee Honey, Fire Apple, or the new Blackberry flavor. And don't forget Classic Old No. 7 Black Label. Celebrate responsibly.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy holiday savings on GE appliances. Save up to 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, January 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Thursday. That means we will chat with the one and only Jimmy Fala of Fox News, and Fala and his great radio show that you hear weeknights at 7 o'clock on 1210 WPHT. He'll join us at 8:30 for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Dawn Stensland, good morning, dear.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing? You went out with the fam for dinner last night?
We did.
Nice.
We did. Yep.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Wasn't happy with the tab, but, you know, what are you going to do?
That's
2026. Cheap meals, nowhere to be had. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Give us, what do you got?
Because he's literally the chairman of the board. He's
right.
on the board.
On the board.
Doing a lot of things here.
He's
pushing a lot of buttons.
Doing a lot of things here. Okay. Former NFL lineman Matt Khalil is suing his ex-wife, model Haley Bailey,
HP for short,
for $75,000 for publicly speaking out about his manhood. The only the wrinkle in all of this is that he's suing her because she said that he was large.
Oh, wow.
The 36-year-old Khalil, who played for the Panthers and the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, offensive lineman. I know the guy.
Claimed that Bailey's comments during a live stream in November were invasive and destroyed his chance to stay out of the public eye after he retired.
Jesus.
Bailey appeared on the Marlon Garcia's Marathon when she described his endowment as 2 Coke cans. Let me just...
2 Coke cans?
2 Coke cans.
Okay.
Wow.
So he's a former.
Good for him.
He's a former Minnesota Viking.
Yep.
And his former wife knows a thing about.
Expect for the next 11 months for me to ride you like you've never been ridden.
Not only 2 Coke cans, maybe even a third.
Wow.
And explain that it impacted their marriage, which ended in 2022. Bailey hinted that Khalil's size had been the biggest factor in their split. Oh, my Lord.
He was too good. What an ungrateful broad.
Look. Anybody who thinks it's 602 or 603, whatever it is right now, we are. This is a news story. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be salacious. This is a news story.
I actually saw that yesterday on Outkick's website, and I was going to put it on the show sheet, but then I realized with what's going on in Minnesota, and with Greenland, we probably wouldn't get to it.
I'm
glad you have it.
I need to, relieve the pressure valve for a second, shall we say?
Oh.
Bailey hit it, yes. And one point appeared to intimate how big it was by flopping her arm on the table. So she did the old.
like Tim Walz. His arms are always flopping around. Oh, Jesus. Matt Khalil, wait, so he thinks this is actually going to hurt his post-playing career because he wants to be basically off the grid for the rest of his life?
I mean, guys out there, with this, would you be alarmed if your ex-wife said that about you? I mean, most ex-wives say horrible things about her.
Yeah, it's too small.
Yeah.
He couldn't, whatever with me. He left me yearning for more. This guy, somebody's always got something to complain. Isn't that true? That's just proof that nobody's ever satisfied. Nobody's ever happy. I mean, seriously. What else do you need in life? He's probably paying you alimony or something. You're probably making good money off of his professional career, assuming you're not like Giselle. I'm assuming, she doesn't make more than he did, which is almost a mathematical impossibility if you're a pro football player. Ungrateful women.
So, Matt Khalil, we salute you, my friend. Well, at least I do.
The thing about it is, it just shows you that your ex.
Dawn's like, call me Matt.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold up. First of all, was it the time of the day, or was it the size, or
she's there's a picture in the New York Post.
Okay.
She's a very, very small,
tiny woman. Okay.
Small lady.
Right.
So,
he, I think, was 6'5", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's that old joke, something about the organ being too big or too small, didn't know you were playing in a cathedral. It's like the opposite of that joke. That's one of my dad jokes.
Oh, my Lord.
We love dad
my brother's
jokes
dad jokes,
Yeah.
But
I've always heard conflicting reports. One group of people say size does matter, and then the other group says it's not the size of the boat, it's the motion in the ocean. I don't know.
I just think it shows you that your ex always finds a reason to complain about you afterwards.
Yeah.
Because how long were they married? Obviously, they dated, they were engaged, they were, planned a wedding together. It's not like unless is she a religious person and she saved herself for marriage?
I don't know.
She did not know, because I don't think so.
Is she hot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she's...
Of course.
All right.
She's a model with a rhyming name, right?
Haley Bailey.
Haley Bailey.
Ed would love her. Ed from...
We got Haley Bailey and Humpty Dumpty. Oh, boy. All right, we have a lot to get to on the show today. We will get into more drama in Minneapolis, more drama in Minnesota with yesterday's ICE shooting, including what Jacob Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, had to say, what Tim Walz had to say, what the administration has had to say, HHS, all of that. So that'll be the big theme of the big take this morning. Also coming up in our B block today, when we get to it, the precedent for the potential acquisition of Greenland, I should say. Now I'm saying Greenland, like some people say on TV. I don't think it's Greenland, right? It's Greenland is what I've always heard. So
it's where you're from.
Yeah.
It's a colloquialism, I think. It's a cultural thing. Like my last name, because it's from that region, Norway, right? Norway, Greenland. So everybody in my family says Stensland.
Stensland. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They say Stensland.
Stensland. Dawn Stensland with the news.
So,
okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
They're from the Midwest mostly.
Okay.
And so I think in the East Coast, you're going to go Greenland.
Yep.
In Delco, you're going to go Greenland.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on where you're from.
All right. There you go.
So I don't think you were wrong.
All right. Tony Dokapul and his debut flop. How bad was it for CBS News? We'll give you those details coming up. And also the Maha movement sets their sight on sugar. We'll get to that. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, Jimmy Fallon, and a whole bunch more. All right, 6:08. Let's get to the news. Round number 1. Here is Dawn Stensland.
No, I say Stensland.
I know.
You know I do, but
Yeah,
I'm just
that's what
saying
I've
you were
always
not
said.
wrong.
Yes,
You
Dawn
know?
Stensland. Take it away, dear.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. 39 degrees and cloudy. We've been talking about this spring-like weather on the way. When will we hit 60 degrees? We'll be talking about that, but 39 degrees right now, going up to 53 degrees. By the way, we'll be talking today about the State of the Schools report, discussing, for example, the growth of our students, all the new studies that have come out, and the vacant buildings in Philadelphia. One of the big stories that I know that we'll be discussing today, and then the local reaction to what's going on with the ICE situation in Minnesota. We do have a couple firefighter stories in this one. 2 people rescued from this church building fire, and this one takes us to the Grace Ferry section of Philadelphia, and we know that firefighters rescued these individuals. Sounds like a father and daughter were rescued. Flames breaking out in an administrative building connected to the Abundant Life Church, South 26 and Tasker Streets. Huge fire, flames breaking out, and officials say before they arrived, the pastor of the church saw the smoke, tried to get inside to save a coworker, her elderly father, and he tried his best. He could not get in there, so he couldn't get in there, but firemen brought him out. And they, everyone was just so thankful. So as far as this one, we know an elderly man was trapped on the second floor, rescued by firefighters there. He's in the hospital right now in critical condition. His daughter, who is actually a woman in her 50s, also rescued by those firefighters. She's in better condition than her dad. She's in stable condition right now. But every second mattered, and kudos to our Philadelphia firefighters, because they, acted very quickly, and they're being credited with saving lives. We still don't have the cause of that fire. That one is still under investigation. So we'll be following that throughout the day for you. Let's get to it, because there are some local angles. I know we'll be talking about all of the updates. It's Nick's big take, as he says, this 37-year-old woman who was killed during that ICE-involved Minneapolis shooting. She has been identified. Nick's going to give all the deets, but I will say there's a local reaction to it. The reason I say this is because of who was sworn in yesterday, and this was in Bucks County. So ICE, you may recall, in the Bucks County election, this played a huge role as far as the immigration enforcement role of the feds in local communities. And this is because in Bucks County, and you think about this, Democrat Danny Seisler, he was sworn in as the new Bucks County sheriff there. His entire campaign really was shaped around the controversy over cooperating with ICE, with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and this whole issue. Yeah. And he did beat a very popular sheriff by all accounts.
Right.
So he was, speaking of defeating of who he defeated, Republican incumbent, that's Fred Herron's decision. Fred Herron, as sheriff, signed that cooperation agreement with ICE. And we talked about that a lot, that he had signed it. Many residents had expressed that they were glad that he was going along with it. They thought it was safer. And this program, obviously called the 287G program, it allows local law enforcement agencies to, number one, cooperate, carry out certain federal immigration duties in the community, but mostly it's a cooperation. And that's something that we heard yesterday. That's something you'll hear coming up in Nick's Big Take with DHS Secretary Noem, as she had been talking about how in Minneapolis they refused to cooperate.
Yeah, and the sheriff in Minneapolis, or in that jurisdiction in Minnesota, said that we will not cooperate with ICE. Hard to believe that, twofold, that we live in a world where sheriffs don't want to do what they can to help out other law enforcement at a federal level, and also that it could come back to hurt a Republican in an election where a Democrat takes over that position.
Shows you how unpopular ICE is, though.
They really are.
Seriously.
And I can't understand how enforcing illegal immigration or in just enforcing the law in general is viewed as a negative. But yet here we are in certain locales, obviously blue areas. It's not going to backfire on somebody in a red area, right? Like our boy Grady Judd, he's obviously on board with ICE, so it's not going to hurt a Republican in a red area.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with all of this is that we as Americans we're born and bred not to acquiesce, shall we say, or lay down for the government or for you know what I mean? Like it's not in our nature. Think of 1770. Like, think about all of that. Like, it's not in our nature to just say, "Oh yes, you're an officer of the law. I am not. I am just a plebe. You do whatever you want to, and I will just." That's not in our nature.
That's actually a really good point. If you think about it, that's one of the things, believe it or not, that I think left and right kind of share in common. This general now it's different. Republicans want small government. We don't trust the government. We don't want to be tracked and surveilled. And that yet on the left, their disdain for, and I'm generalizing here, I'm sure there are plenty of liberals and Democrats that respect police, but the far left has demonized police as their boogeyman of the government, so to speak.
It's whoever's in power. It's very easy to, if this had happened during the Biden administration, the conservatives and Republicans would be all up in arms about it. Because this happened under the Trump administration, the Democrats are all up in arms about it. The fact of the matter is, and I'm not trying to get ahead of our skis here, but nobody knows, and I know all these slapdicks on Twitter have if you look at this angle and that angle and this, and you slow it down here and you do this, nobody knows. You know what I mean? Let the investigation play out. All of these armchair quarterbacks on Twitter and YouTube and everything else, just take a breath, take a second. I realize somebody's dead, but let's let the investigation play out.
Just imagine if you were in that ICE agent's shoes. That's what I always ask. I always use the reasonable person standard. How would a reasonable person in the same situation with the same circumstances react? I call it the Daniel Penny test, back from that Subway story. So
it begs the question, as far as public relations, do you lean into this? So ICE officers are wearing masks right now because they're getting doxxed.
Yep.
And as we speak, and by the way, it's that Lincoln Project. They've renamed themselves because, of course, some of their original organizers, or at least one of them, turned out to be, I think, a convicted pedophile or an accused pedophile. Remember that whole thing? So they've renamed themselves. So it was a bit ironic to me that ICE agents who had just arrested and were after some pedophiles and human traffickers and alleged, sex offenders, etc., the Lincoln Project, and they're newly named, I forget their new name, but they're trying to rebrand. They were showing his face. They had tight shots of him, and they're saying, does anybody know this guy? And so it was a really disingenuous effort, in my opinion, to identify this guy and dox him.
Well, the administration lied and said that he was in the hospital and, clinging to life or something.
No, they said that he was struck. You can see him struck in the one angle. He went to the hospital, which is probably a standard operating procedure, I bet. But I don't think she said, I just think she said what Noam said in her news. Well, you'll play it.
Yep.
So
we got it.
I know you'll get to it.
Yeah,
but
who really does love this, and I'm not even being facetious, Tim Walz. Because now Tim Walz, his fraud story's on the 7th page now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's unbelievable what happens in that state.
Oh my! And those hearings yesterday, there's so much to get through. Just his quote, as far as the new sheriff, got a new sheriff in town. He said he had given a comment about Bucks County, saying that Bucks County is a common sense place. So that when they saw the sheriff aligning with Trump and the Trump administration on the quote mass deportation agenda, that's why they rejected it so overwhelmingly. That was the Seisler comment that I just wanted to give you that nugget to put that, in your brain. That's a local angle. And this is really the only red collar county, as we call it, because, 20 years ago, Montgomery County was Republican. Delaware County was certainly Republican. Chester County is Republican, but you have a lot of, it's becoming purple. Mm-hmm. And then I guess Berks is next.
Oh, God. Boy, if Berks goes, man.
We'll see. I mean, not that I'm predicting anything. I'm simply saying Bucks is a stronghold. So is that a pulse check to Greg's earlier point?
Yeah.
So that's a big story locally that we're following, obviously, as all these individuals are being sworn in, as well as DA Larry Krasner sworn in this week. So I believe that he, even over Lynn Abraham back in the day, he becomes the longest serving district attorney, or at least one of the top ones in modern history in Philadelphia.
Think about that, Dawn.
I know.
You and I both know Lynn Abrams. It went from one tough cookie to
this guy,
a spineless squid in Larry Krasner. What a testament to Philadelphia.
Lynn was the DA when I was at Temple in 05 and 06. She came and spoke at our intro to criminal law class as the prosecutor. Yeah, she was. You're right, tough cookie. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Well, that was her. Wasn't that one of her campaign slogans, right?
One tough cookie, yeah.
One tough cookie.
Yeah,
she was.
Pull that out of thin air. No, that was her.
Well, you are a brand manager,
Thank
so
you very
know.
much. Yes, I am. Yes,
and
some days
she was a Democrat, right?
Oh yeah.
Even though, but she was, she was a tough. She was one.
She was a Democrat, but back when Democrats were not crazy,
right? And believed in law and order, and
when unions supported them, and the Democrat Party has obviously been, I think it's kind of been hijacked.
Yeah.
People would say that about the Republicans too.
That's true. You're right. You know what? You are. That's true. People on both sides say that they've both been hijacked. The way we were. So, a United States Postal Service driver identified as William White Jr. arrested after he's accused of trying to run over a 10-year-old little boy. I know this happened in Florida, but it was an incredible story. And according to Florida Highway Patrol, this happened when the postman mistakenly delivered a package to the wrong home there in a neighborhood, in a community. So the 10-year-old child lives at the house and he sees that it's a package that's for a neighbor that's way down the road, that the postman delivered it to the wrong house. So he gets on his scooter and he's trying to go and catch up with the postman. The postman thinks he's a porch pirate.
What?
And tries to run him over.
A 10-year-old?
A 10-year-old. This is all according to police.
What's the legal status of the driver asking for a friend?
Well, he was hired within the last year and a half by the USPS.
You know what I mean when I say legal status. You know what I mean.
He's 41 years old.
Yeah. What's his last name? Asking for a friend.
His last name is White.
Okay.
His last name is I don't know, William White Jr.
A male, possibly
I have to look at his
white.
mugshot. William White Jr. He runs over the scooter. The kid jumps off the scooter and is okay. Had some minor scrapes, but now this man is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon because his vehicle is considered a deadly weapon.
Oh, the hell you say? Yeah, that'll be a theme coming up in about 10 minutes.
And criminal mischief.
Wow.
So he is out on bond, but USPS, they're investigating it along with local law enforcement, state police, and USPS putting out information that their number one priority is the community.
Wow.
I have no idea what he told police and authorities he genuinely believed that this was a porch pirate, and it's a huge problem with the porch pirates in that area. He thought the kid was stealing a package.
I'm thinking of a new feature on the show if this becomes a trend. Postal workers versus porch pirates. There's something to that.
And, or a monkey, the stolen monkey segment, we have an update.
Oh, good.
Remember the music? I'm trying to do a little bit.
I know.
Of different
I
news
said
and
that's
not
why.
all the,
that's why I started
you,
out
sir.
with the Coke can because it's a pressure relief.
Thank you.
Literally,
Wow.
literally.
Well, in this one, this is a music store monkey that we told you about, and was ultimately, we've learned now that this little cinnamon capuchin, I hope I'm saying it right, monkey caused all that chaos. It was in Morristown, Tennessee, not New Jersey, but it broke into that music store, damaged all the instruments, was going into bags of chips. It was obviously hungry. Well, now we learned that the little guy had been stolen.
Oh.
And had been stolen from a nearby, I guess, a farm or a pet store of some sort. So the monkey then got away from the thieves. It's almost like a movie or something, and got through a kitty cat doggy door in the music store.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So that was how they figured out. Somebody saw the video that went viral, and they said, "That's our little monkey.
Monkey on the run."
did you bring me a monkey?
He was trying to find that raccoon that was at the liquor store.
They're going to go out together.
They're going to have a party.
So the monkey named Chester is back home now with Rue Feathers Farm. The farm had posted on Facebook. It's their 8-year-old beloved capuchin. So I don't think this was like their pet. They had a lot of rescue animals. Anyway, the little capuchin Chester is all happy, good, and back home, and hopefully he liked the junk food and the chips. I know we'll get to the big news conference.
Oh, so do I.
With Maha, but now no more chips for the monkey.
Right.
More veggies.
Speaking of that news
fruit.
conference, we'll get to it in the cut sheet. But I'm looking at the new food pyramid.
Yeah, you like it?
I'm pretty much.
You're already there?
I'm pretty much already there.
Wow.
I would agree.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Look at you and Bobby simpatico on dietary nutrition.
Well, yeah.
Look at that.
Okay.
Cut out the he didn't like that. He did. Anyway.
Yeah.
I never want to be associated with a Kennedy.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever
Scumbag
adhered.
creeps.
I don't think I've ever been in cahoots with a food pyramid. I'm the complete opposite. But I'm working on it. By the way, I've lost 5 pounds.
Congratulations.
5 pounds since last Friday. 5 pounds
How is
in
that
6
possible?
days.
Did he stop drinking?
How's that?
Stop drinking.
How is that possible? No, it's not. It's not.
3 miles of cardio, small portions, no carbs, no sugar.
Isn't that amazing?
Last week, the week we were off, I ran 10 miles.
That's good for you.
10 miles.
Yeah.
And I didn't lose any weight.
No. Well, you're in tip-top shape.
But so you ran 3 and you
No,
lost
I
5.
don't run 3 every day. I do like a mile on the elliptical, a mile on the treadmill, and then I do like a mile on the incline stepper. Kind of break it up. Yeah.
But I would submit to you that if here's the thing with a doctor once told me that even if you have, let's say, 1 glass of wine, a beer, a drink, and you have it occasionally, the problem is you have one drink, it lowers any of your resistance to you. What do? You go and you get the munchies.
Oh, of course, yes.
So then you want something salty. Then you want
It's a great
something
point,
sweet.
actually, because everybody thinks the munchies come from marijuana. You get them from alcohol, too.
I don't know. I had a glass of wine pretty much every night. Well, maybe not every night, during, for dinner, with my wife while we were off.
Yeah.
And it didn't make me want to eat more.
No? Really?
No.
Maybe
have
not.
a nice steak and
maybe not.
have.
Well, you're full after a big steak.
Have a glass of wine.
Yeah,
There's
steak.
nothing better than that.
A little grilled asparagus.
There's nothing better than that.
Maybe a potato. Yeah, you're bloated after that.
It's probably a good wine that's not loaded with all those preservatives.
Well, one of the
chemicals.
wines you gave me for
that was a very
Christmas.
Good.
Yeah. Dawn's not giving yellowtail wine.
All right. We need to break.
Oh, we're not going to go to Phil Almquist?
We need to go to Phil Almquist.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Hang on, H-Chair. We're coming, baby.
Since the theme of the day starting out with Greg Stocker is about Big Johnson, or in this case, Lane Johnson, hey, he's back at Eagles practice.
We'll start
Phil
in the
Almquist.
NBA, where the Sixers routed the Wizards in South Philly 131-110. Embiid had 28. Paul George had 23 as the Sixers climbed to 20-15 on the season.
Whoa.
They're currently 4th in the division, just 2.5 back of the Knicks and Celtics. They next face Orlando in Florida on Friday. And actually, speaking of the Wizards real quick, Trae Young got traded to them yesterday. No worries, they'll still stink. Next, some college hoops results. Temple beat East Carolina. Nova lost to Creighton. LaSalle beat Rhode Island. And St. Joe's won 2. And also for Nick, Alabama lost to Vandy, and UConn defeated Providence in overtime. In addition, tonight the Flyers face the Maple Leafs at 7 in South Philly, and Ole Miss takes on Miami in the Fiesta Bowl at 7:30. The winner of that game plays for the national championship on January 19th against either Indiana or Oregon, who meet in the Peach Bowl tomorrow. And actually, speaking of football, like Dawn just mentioned, Lane Johnson practiced today for the Birds, so I'll end with this fun fact. Since the start of the 2016 season, when Lane plays, the Eagles are 94-41-1. When he doesn't, they're 15-27.
Wow.
That's sports for Kayal and Company.
So we like Big Johnson.
We do. We love Big Johnson.
Can I ask you, Nick, Kayal, a question? Are you do you have money on tonight's?
I do.
Okay.
I have Miami -3.
Okay.
So that means Ole Miss will probably win outright.
Phil, do you have any prediction for tonight's Fiesta Bowl?
No. They're both good. I think Indiana actually will end up winning, though.
Yeah, I think Indiana's going to win everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they play tomorrow night against Oregon. It'll be good.
And then Fernando will be the Raiders' new quarterback.
And they'll ruin them. And the Jets will ruin the Oregon quarterback, and we'll be right back here again next year.
Yeah.
All right, there he is. How about that? Joel Embiid and Paul George playing.
I know.
Nice of them to play once every 7 or 8 weeks.
It's unbelievable.
It's a good job, right? They're on the Rachel Maddow plan.
This Sixers team is just, they could be so great if they had just, consistency.
Yeah, and health and good knees.
But Joel played the other day when they lost by a point. No problem.
Yeah, I got to start dialing into that once football ends in February. Philly weather currently 38 degrees. We're going up to 52 today, and the sun will be out for a little bit with partly cloudy skies in the early portion of your afternoon. All right, we will come back and get to the big take from what happened with ICE in Minneapolis yesterday. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You got to kick off the new year on a high note with a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And did you know Piazza carries more than 3,500 new vehicles, 1,600 pre-owned vehicles? That's at any given time. That's the power of Piazza Auto Group, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. And yes, it includes the brands you hear me talk all about all the time. I'm a Honda family. I have a Herv, the HRV. My husband drives a Honda. My stepson and my son drive a Honda, and Stacia's husband, Justin, as well. I mean, we're a Honda family, but they also have Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, plus almost any other auto brand that you can think of. That's selection. So visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com, search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory, or to find a dealer nearest you. Piazza, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Another reason for people over 50 to get a shingles vaccine. Stanford University researchers looked at health records from more than 300,000 people in Wales between 2013 and 2022 and found that the herpes zoster vaccine slows or prevents disease progression across the entire disease course of dementia. The benefits are especially pronounced in women. The research is published in the medical journal Cell. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, we have a lot to get to today. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 6:33 on this Thursday, the 8th of January, 2026. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet just over an hour from now. Jimmy Fallon from Fox News coming up in 2 hours. But right now, let's get to the Thursday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, here we go. Minneapolis and ICE. You know, for all of Trump's first year back in office, the Democrats have demonized and attempted to demoralize ICE, doxing and swatting law enforcement forced to wear masks to protect their identity and the safety and security of their families. And for the last 3 months, I've been saying on this show that the defund the police movement from the Democrats has been elevated to the federal level with ICE. In March of 2025, early in the second term of Donald Trump's presidency, I said Democrats are hoping and praying that ICE will have a deadly interaction with an illegal alien so they can make the criminal the martyr. And then yesterday, it happened. Oddly enough, in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, the same place as George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, and the summer of 2020. The only difference, in my opinion, is that there's little room for doubt, interpretation, and faux outrage. But make no mistake about it, the Democrats and the media, they'll try some more. As ICE had zeroed in on the target of an operation, a violent rioter, and allegedly the leader of the operation, with putting her vehicle parked right in the middle of a road, decided to try and resist arrest, gun her SUV, and escape apprehension, and use her vehicle as a deadly weapon with agents directly in front of the vehicle. Then the ICE agent, directly in front of the vehicle, resorted to self-defense and fired, ultimately killing the suspect. And we have multiple angles of the shooting. Let's begin with the first vantage point. Listen and watch this.
No! No! Oh my God! What the? What the? You just? What the? You do?
The person filming the incident from that angle, of course, losing her mind and full of outrage. In that video, you don't really see the officer in front of the vehicle who fired until after the vehicle keeps driving before crashing into another car. Now, here is the second angle that shows that this was, in my opinion, clearly self-defense. It's been slowed down, and this was recorded by another cell phone from a different vantage point and a different spot. Listen and watch this. This is courtesy of 5ABC. Unbelievable. But there's no doubt about it, in my opinion, when you look at it from at least 3 different angles, and we just gave you 2 there. There are other videos out there. It appears to be self-defense. And ask yourself what I like to call the reasonable person test. Would a reasonable officer in the same situation, under the exact same circumstances, reacted in the same fashion? A majority, if not all, would. So it's either the good guys or the bad guys. You don't want to go to the morgue, do you? Or do you want to go home at the end of your shift? I'm not being killed by a 20-year-old Honda Pilot. I'm not having my legs broken. I'm not ending up paralyzed. DHS releasing this statement today, quote, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation, and we will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. So Minneapolis in the state of Minnesota has become a cold hellhole and the epicenter of democratic denialism, left-wing lunacy, and unhinged illogical attacks against the United States of America, Donald Trump, law enforcement, and in a mandate that was asked to be carried out. From Tim Walz to Ilhan Omar to Keith Ellison to Mayor Jacob Fry. And speaking of Mayor Fry, instead of de-escalating yesterday, he decides to fan the flames and pull out the tough guy act. Listen and watch this.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
After he cooled down and realized he looked like a real a-hole, he said, "We need to choose love." Let me just get Mr. Fry up to speed here. ICE has every right to be there. They are a federal agency, so they have jurisdiction over the entire country. If there are illegal aliens in a jurisdiction, they have the right to be there, okay? That's the way this works. And the sheriff's department and state troopers throughout the state can also be at fault. Because in Minnesota specifically, they've repeatedly said they will not assist ICE in these operations. Nothing worse than when officers are forced to be political because of politicians and a political agenda. And now we have disgraced fraudster Tim Walz playing the pay-per-view pro wrestling booker, making this foolish statement. Listen and watch.
Order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information.
So Timmy is going to pit the Minnesota National Guard up against federal ICE agents, many of which probably had a different career prior to Trump coming back into office. Remember, they just recruited over 220,000 applicants, just hired 12,000 new agents. By the way, Tim, those are American citizens, perhaps teachers and business leaders in the United States of America that decided, you know what, I'm going to serve my country for the next 2, 3, or 4 years. He may as well have just declared a civil war in the United States of America. Tim Walz is a disgrace. And of course, this sort of rhetoric leads to things like throwing items at ICE officers. Remember in Los Angeles when ICE was deployed 9 months ago and they were throwing large rocks? Listen and watch this.
Bob, I want to jump in here. I want to ask you where you're at right now. And we're seeing the images on the screen. There's that flag you were talking about being burned here. What kind of things are they shouting? The crowd that's out there. I know they're obviously not happy ICE is there. They've been talking about that. What are they saying? You know, what's the energy like where you are right now?
So that's one reason why I'm not getting too close so I can hear all of you because it is loud out here. It's profanities, a lot of profanities against ICE.
Burning the American flag. Again, not against the law. Your right to do. I just don't like it. But I don't think this will deter ICE. The agency recently hired, as I mentioned, 12,000 new agents after a hard-hitting recruitment campaign, flooding television with ads. And this will also not deter delusional Democrats, sadly, who continue to rise up and fire up their base and put every ICE agent at risk. Minneapolis, folks, it's lost. Minnesota, broken. We saw what Democrats did to Trump in his first term. We then saw what they were willing to try to do during Biden's term. while Trump was just a civilian. None of this should shock you as we wrap up Trump's first year of his second term. And I wouldn't be surprised in the least bit with what could potentially occur in the next 3 years. This is the culmination of evil, diabolical rhetoric, all because you don't like what law enforcement is doing. And why don't you like it? Because you imported potential new voters, and that was your goal all along. So, of course, you're going to go out kicking and screaming, because kicking and screaming is all they have. Well, that and socialism. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button while you are there. Dawn Stensland, this played out yesterday in real time. I think this was right after your show had ended, if I'm correct. Your first chance to weigh in on what you saw.
First of all, the local angle of it, what I was going to say, and actually Ken's code on the YouTube chat just said it. We had a similar incident, if you recall, here in Philadelphia. It was summer of 24. Do you remember this? They were doing those car meetups in the summer. Happened on I-95, and it was a kid from Delco, 18, 19 years old, and they were doing, those races and whatnot, and he was accelerating toward an officer, and the officer shot. The officer it was a very similar story. And so that is, it's a matter of investigation, but I've never heard any charges against the law enforcement officer who shot him because they said it was self-defense and you're allowed to defend yourself. So I would say when you look at, and you're right, everybody was looking at the video, and especially after it was interesting. I was just, scanning the channels yesterday. If you turned on CNN or any of the, MSNBC or the mainstream media, they were really saying, well, this is a case of murder. This woman was killed, etc. If you looked at Fox or Newsmax or some of those, they were saying this officer was justified. And it's amazing to me how people can look at the same videos and come to a completely different decision.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. It's sad that we can't be objective and even do what, you guys had said in the beginning of the show, that why not just say, hey, let's allow an investigation to happen. We've only seen a few videos. The wheels, to me, when I look at the video, when you look at the acceleration time, and if you slow-mo it, because we were all doing that, I'll admit it, I was doing it. Michael and I were there, like slow-moing the video.
Right. That's all we have to go off of.
But when you do that, you can see that the officer who fired the shot, certainly if you're that officer and what are these cars, 3,000, 4,000 pounds, whatever a big SUV is coming right at him. Then on top of it, Christy, has said that very officer, and this is relevant, was run over and dragged by a vehicle just this past June and just recovered from that.
So he has a history of having to deal with this.
So it's a little Bernard Goetze, if you will. If you just recovered from somebody. So this is a thing, I guess, that it's assault by vehicle or whatever.
Yeah.
So I would just say, me, I always say we're all getting played. These people, these ICE officers, as well as these protesters who are, whatever's going on with them and they're indoctrinated, you have the situation where there are people who benefit from the misery of the protesters who are there now and the ICE agents who are just trying to do their jobs and follow orders. So all of this hot mess could be avoided with high quality management. And that is people, you got to cooperate.
Yeah.
And those ICE agents, if I'm Christy Nome, I'm saying, you know what? I want a perimeter. If we're on the scene somewhere, I want a perimeter around my agents. Let them do their job and have another agency create a perimeter and put a perimeter up and say, this is the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
Do not come close to these agents. They are federal law enforcement. They are doing a job, and they've been threatened enough that they believe that they need an extra layer, much like at a crime scene. When you have a crime scene, you have the yellow tape. Pretty much everybody abides by it.
Do not cross the line.
So in this case, it was exacerbated by the fact that they got stuck in Minnesota in January.
Yeah.
They got stuck in the snow. So now they're captive and probably started getting nervous. You're there for hours. You're trying to wait for somebody to get you out of there. and all the, and the crowd is closing in.
Mhm.
And we, how many times have you played it? And it's on the cut sheet where you see these guys who have, generally speaking, amazing control. These people are allowed to get right up in their faces.
Oh, I know. Like I have three different perspectives here from the law arena, the justice system. I have a police officer perspective, a prosecutor perspective, and a Supreme Court precedent. We'll get to all three of those. But you're right. Like they get up in ICE agents' face. They think this is some sort of game. Like these officers are trained to deal with drug smugglers, pedophiles, criminals, rapists, and you're going to keep pushing their buttons. What's the old adage when you're like a kid and your parent says, don't you keep playing with fire, you're going to get burnt. F around, find out. Now you found out, okay? You think this is some game where you're going to intimidate law enforcement and gun your SUV. You could see the exhaust fumes coming out the back of the tailpipe. The road looks a little wet or icy. And that officer, in that split second, has to make a life or death decision or a decision that could severely injure him, if not kill him. And then
why not take out the tires then?
That's so easy. You talk about armchair quarterbacking. When you have like a 2
she's
second,
coming at him.
You have a 2 second window.
He should be trained.
He is
to
trained.
know that.
It's
You
a
don't
deadly
shoot.
weapon.
You don't shoot in the head. you don't shoot for the head.
So you think that the officer's
I don't
in the
know.
wrong?
No. I don't. I think at the end of the day, that when this investigation plays out, they're gonna say that he was justified in doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
I have no doubt about that in my mind. I just think that if you're a trained officer, you should like. Hit the legs.
It's not like she
that's
came
what you do. That's what you're like. It's not shoot to kill.
She didn't come at him with a baseball bat. She came at him with a 3,000 pound SUV.
I agree. But again, we're sitting here. We have no idea. No,
I have every idea. I know for a fact that that's self-defense. What else do you need to see? I mean, this isn't the Zapruder film. This is a 2 second you or them, and we've seen it from 4 angles.
But the bottom.
It's an open and shut case. This guy is going to be justified. The only thing he's going to be found guilty of is being a hothead in the world of corporate media and Democrat politicians.
The bottom line, and this is from especially a lot of my family members are firefighters, but also cops, also military. In my opinion, from that aspect, if you listen to the one news conference and the police chief spoke, and just for a moment take off all the filters and listen to what the police chief says, I don't hear him saying any commentary. All he says there is, please, to our protesters now, be peaceful. We preserve the crime scene. This could have been avoided. Right. I was worried. One of the reporters said, Chief, you said this summer you were worried something like this could happen. He said, I did.
Yeah, I said it in March last year.
But so this was avoidable. And so the question to ask is, anybody, and I would be curious what Road Warrior has to say about it, but if you are truly in a management situation where you are in crime management, mitigation, de-escalation management, these are all the words, right? That was easy. That was a no-brainer. You've got all these people surrounding them. You have cars that are trying to impede them. And this is a thing that they've been doing for like months and months.
Which is against the law. Impediment. Tom Homan has only said it 38,000 times.
So get big plow trucks.
Yeah.
Get big plow trucks now from now on and put a plow truck at the end of one street and somebody blocks it. The plow truck is plowing your vehicle out of the way.
That's
what's happening.
I love all these armchair dickheads on the YouTube chat and Twitter now who are like, you don't know. Like, I love now that this is because, we're the don't tread on me people. We're this and don't mess with me state and don't mess with me federal government. Now all of a sudden the federal government messes with the citizens. Everybody's like, it was justified. It was fine. Like, give me a break. Stop with this. You know you're just coming at this from a partisan angle, so stop. If this was the Biden administration and the Biden ICE agent, it would be a completely different thing. Just like those dickheads on these on the left now who are calling it murder. Who are calling it murder when they have no idea either. No. So stop.
Yeah, murder means, because maybe somebody doesn't know this, when you say murder as opposed to even homicide, murder means you planned it.
Exactly.
There's no way
Exactly.
that officer in that half a second. That's
I
great.
don't believe there's a law enforcement expert out there that says this cop acted out of line. Dawn, you said road warrior. We have CJ in Havertown. We have the great Wayne Bonfiglio with Families Behind the Badge. We have many people that are in law enforcement at many different levels, whether it's homicide or routine patrol or in management. I'd love to hear from all of them. I'd like to hear one person. Who's our one cop friend, Tom from Percy? That's 4. I want to hear from all 4 of them.
Road warrior, call in, buddy.
Yeah,
there
I would
is
love to hear what he
no
has to
question
say.
in my mind that this was a justified shot.
Again, Nick, you're arguing something completely different. I said that this will be found justified, right? Because we don't know because we weren't there.
So
we don't have all. There's probably body cam footage. There's all kinds of things that we're not seeing. We're going by 3 things, and some dummy on Twitter is slowing it down. And this angle, and here's a different angle, and here's a different. We don't know. We weren't at the scene.
Well, that's precisely.
So there's going to be an investigation.
That's
and they're going to find out.
That's precisely what I did in the big take. So then I guess I'm a dummy using X video for analysis.
It's your job.
I'm just trying to figure out what you're angry about. I don't think it has.
I'm not
anything,
angry.
To me, it has nothing to do with the Biden administration or the Trump administration or politics. I mean, let me give you these 3 perspectives. We'll go police, because that's the first level. Then, of course, it gets to the courts. We have a prosecutor's perspective. And then, of course, what the Supreme Court, the rule, the law of the land has said. Here's an officer perspective. He says, folks, I'm going to keep this real simple. If you park in the middle of the street and block law enforcement, they have a right to detain you for an infraction. If it's done on purpose, it's deemed a crime. They are legally detaining you. You try to get away. You now have committed a crime. If an officer is in front of your vehicle and you drive forward while he or she is in front of you, it can be considered a clearly hostile act and assault with a deadly weapon, because a vehicle has the potential to cause serious bodily injury or death, which can lead to a law enforcement officer justifiably using deadly force to prevent you from hitting him or colleagues or potentially killing anybody else. There's the police perspective. Now let me give you the prosecutor perspective, which would mean, prosecuting. Now, this lady didn't die. She could have been prosecuted. And maybe this cop will attempt to be prosecuted by Minnesota. We'll find out. Here's the prosecutor perspective.
It's going to be a federal investigation, not a local one.
Always perilous, as Greg is saying, to judge by video clips. But from all vantage points, this looks like a lawful shooting that isn't prosecutable. The officer will have a good case that he was in fear of his life, even if in retrospect, it looks like he could have gotten out of the way or could have shot in the tires. It doesn't look to me like she was deliberately trying to run him over, yet she was still reckless in the attempt to get away from being detained. But she did defy officer orders and accelerated the vehicle at an officer. Prosecutor. Now let me just give you the final layer to this. SCOTUS. This is courtesy of Jonathan Turley. One video clearly shows an officer who was hanging on the window in an effort to stop the woman in the car. Another video shows an officer in front of the vehicle as it pulls away. This is not a clear basis for Walls and Fry to treat this as preemptive murder.
Agreed.
Here is how Supreme Court has described the standard. Quote, lethal force is permissible when the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a threat or serious physical harm either to the officer or to others. It adds, SCOTUS that being, if the suspect threatens the officer with a weapon, or there is probable cause to believe that he has committed a crime involving the infliction or threatened infliction of serious physical harm, which an SUV can do, deadly force may be used if necessary to prevent escape. I mean, whether you're a cop, a prosecutor, a defense attorney, a district judge, a state superior court judge, an appellate judge, or the Supreme Court of the United States, again, nothing is 100%, but this looks textbook to me. This looks open and shut. The only reason it's going to be, quote, debatable is because this will be the top story in the news cycle until somebody else does something stupid or says something stupid, right?
I just wish on the left and even in the so-called mainstream media, they covered, for example, the ICE officer who was purposely struck and dragged by a protester last June, and the very same ICE officer who now pulled out his firearm. And as well, we had that happen, wasn't that just last summer, at least one time in Philadelphia? Yeah. We had an officer on the scene, severely injured but survived, and dragged by a vehicle. And so I wish that they spent as much time covering these stories of law enforcement in peril, in danger. And by the way, the situation, I looked up the stats on it recently. And I mean within the past since 2019. Since 2019, the statistic was, and this was not a right-wing study by any nature, since 2019, these kinds of assaults on law enforcement where a vehicle purposely rams law enforcement or purposely drives off and drags law enforcement, they have doubled since 2019.
Yeah.
And so this is a thing that's happening. And so the media actually could have been helpful if they would report on these happening. Like I say, Philadelphia, across the country, start reporting on it and start charging those individuals. So you send the message, if you block or, God forbid, accelerate toward or drag an officer, you're going away for 20 years.
I said yesterday on the show, when I stand for backing the blue, that goes local, state, and federal when it comes to the law enforcement. You know, I come from a police background, from a family perspective, and a military background.
Your Uncle Jim, right?
Tim.
Tim,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but close enough. My Uncle Jim's the crazy. He's on my wife's side. He's Bernie Sanders / Alex Jones. But no, like, you know, this guy could have ended up being the next victim, much like Marissa Fitzgerald's husband, Stephanie Mack's husband, all the people, the Chan family. Like, yeah, would the vehicle have killed him if it just hit his knee? No, he probably would have broken a leg or had a fracture or something. But if that vehicle would have hit him directly and trampled over him, it's possible to assume that a 3,000-pound SUV that goes over your body at 15 miles an hour and accelerating beyond that could, in theory, kill you. So, I'm sorry.
Or cripple you for life.
Or cripple you for life. Yeah. Yeah. So, there you go. 855.
Would have been avoided.
839-1210. I agree. All right, we have a lot of people that want to jump in. Rich and Mike, a couple of open lines if you want to get in. 855-839-1210. I'd love to hear Road Warriors' perspective. CJ in Havertown, great officer. Wayne Bonfiglio, Tom in Percy, all police officers, all the law enforcement that are in our audience. Jump in. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, kick off the 7 o'clock hour with your phone calls.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at spectrumwp.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, 7:03. It is hour number 2 of Kayal and Company on this action-packed Thursday. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker. It's Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and watch the show on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Jimmy Fallon coming up at 8:30. We're all over the Minnesota ICE-involved shooting that occurred yesterday in Minneapolis as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good is now deceased after...
And she's reportedly a mother of 3. It's tragic. The whole thing is so sad.
Yeah, and her husband, the father of the children, died in 2023.
Yeah,
so
Timmy Ray Macklin.
There's a bunch of orphan kids
without parents.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's
As
so sad.
as we're sitting here debating this, let's not forget that there's a woman dead.
Yeah.
And there's 3 kids that are orphaned.
No,
so
that's what and
that's why the F around find out stuff is just it's a little cold hearted.
well, but wait a minute. I'm going to back. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's just back it up a minute and say this: if tens of millions of people had not been allowed to flood into this country, among them pedophiles, rapists, and some of the most violent, vile criminals amongst us,
On that, we agree.
if they weren't there, ICE wouldn't be there.
Agreed.
Number one. Number two, if the local law enforcement, because it's all political, if the local law enforcement there would have created a perimeter and would work with ICE, then that wouldn't have happened either. And also, if the media were not complicit and sort of fuel the fires within this and make people believe that they can get up in the faces, there's AI. I should have sent. There are these AI videos that somebody created that look real. I thought they were real. And you see like a construction worker, let's say like in a city like Philadelphia or New York, you don't really know for sure where it is. And the construction worker is confronting ICE officers, saying, "You're on my site. And my guys, they're just trying to work and get off of my private." And this big, construction worker with a, big guy, a working man, and it's AI.
Yeah.
Now, who's creating all these? One of them is an African American. It looks like an NYPD cop. When you zoom in, Michael was zooming in. He's like, "Mom, look at the badge. It's like gibberish." Somebody went to a lot of trouble to create these AI videos to make it look like across the country that, all of these citizens and local cops and good people are standing up against ICE. And ICE, they're a bunch of kidnappers, and they're taking away good family people who came here legally or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so this media narrative is also fuel to the fire.
Yeah, and what's so infuriating is that this was arguably the number one issue in the 2024 election. Many people argued illegal immigration and the border was on par, if not bigger, than the economy, right? It really, especially after Lake and Riley, like it was economy and then immigration, but as we got closer to the election, it felt like they were on the same playing field. So you loved the idea that Trump had a plan for it. And then when he deploys the plan after securing the border, which took all of 9 seconds, then it's the deportation removal aspect. And we're talking about a lot of people that have a heinous track record of awful crimes. So did you expect ICE and all of these raids and targeted operations to be like the leader at a church telling the old ladies at the bingo hall that it's time to go home? I mean, what did you just expect them to come in with care packages and say, you have to go back to Venezuela or Colombia or Syria or China and get out of our country? But here's a parting gift. No, this is what law enforcement does. What do you think? They hold people's hands like this is D-ball? Give me a break with this. Find your testicles and return them to your sack. My God. This isn't Boy Scouts. You're dealing with a majority of these people that have a awful record. Smuggling kids, pedophiles, raping people. Oh my God. Go to France. Move to Canada.
But see, part of this is, I think that for those individuals who are arrested and going through the system, we need to get that information. We need to know, okay, ICE was there doing an operation. Okay. And they've been in Minneapolis. So who are these individuals? Kristi Noem announced that there were among them rapists and sex offenders and pedophiles and human traffickers. Okay, release the information about them. And also for the media to get the victims of some of these, get them doing interviews on mainstream media so you can see some of these kids and some of these women who've been brutalized and scarred forever if they survived.
Right.
And put those out front and center, and then say to these individuals, this is why these ICE agents are there. And by the way, they're assigned to this. They're doing their job.
Right.
So if you want to get mad at somebody, get mad at Trump, get mad at Kristi Noem. But these guys, they're out there sticking their neck out. They're doing a job.
Yes. And oh, by the way, here's an idea. If you don't want to get roughed up, if you don't want to be thrown onto the ground, if you don't want to be pulled or yanked out of a vehicle, be respectful and comply. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've had speeding tickets, or I ran a stop sign, or I went through a stop sign with the school bus. And whenever I've been pulled over, I'm two hands on the wheel. May I see identification? Yes, officer. They're not going to kick your butt if you are nice and you are professionally, if you're respectable. But if you resist, they're going to get physical with you. And oh, by the way, and I don't want to hear any more about, what about the ones that are here that are not violent? They're still here illegally. The fact that they're here when they don't have a right to be here automatically makes it a crime. And from my vantage point, from what I have yet to see an ICE agent that went up to like a 48-year-old woman who's here illegally, that they just beat the you know what out of her into a bloody pulp because she was here illegally, right? I mean, my God, you gun an SUV at somebody, whatever happens to you, you put yourself in that situation. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I would have done differently in 1.7 seconds. You don't know what you would do unless you were in that position. And according to Dawn's reporting, this guy just dealt with this 7 months ago, right?
Yeah, Kristi Noem announced that, and she confirmed it. I tried to find any report on it in local Minneapolis news. I can't find any information.
Well, who knows if it was Minneapolis? I mean, ICE goes around the country.
I thought she said that it happened in Minneapolis,
okay.
But I'm still looking for it. I'll find it.
All right. 855-839-1210. Let's get to all of these calls. Let me start here on my screener. I thought I had it. I think it was Mike in Flemington on 1. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, great show. Been out of the country for a bit, so I haven't been on, but I logged in at the right time. I just want to go over 3 points if I can. Sure. One is on shooting someone in the leg. You're facing the car. You really can't shoot someone in the leg.
True, right? Because the leg is inside the vehicle on the gas pedal.
And you're not going to stop them by shooting in the leg, and you're not going to stop a moving car by shooting out the tires. When there's a fraction of a second when you're in a high-stress situation. I have military and law enforcement experience. You're not aim small, miss small. You are pulling out your weapon and point shooting. You're not aiming at the head. You're aiming center mass. He was probably aiming at the chest because that's the easiest thing to hit, and it's the widest part to hit, and he hit her in the head. But that's the way to stop it. Two, getting out of the way is not a possibility because you don't know what officers are behind you. You have to stop and neutralize the threat because you don't know what's behind you. And Greg, I understand your point that she has a family, but so does the police officer. Mm-hmm. And so what about all the orphans who are left orphans because of the no bail policy? We can go down a rabbit hole on all of this, but to me, her irresponsibility when you have 3 kids without a father to put herself in that situation and try and nearly leave a police officer's family orphaned, I have no sympathy for her. I feel sorry for the kids and her parents coming out saying, oh, she wasn't even involved in this and lying about it when she's been following them along the whole way. I have no sympathy for it. And on the last point, when the Republicans criticized the FBI, they always said it was the leadership. They never attacked the agents. I will never vote Democrat again, ever. And I grew up in the city. I grew up with my parents voting Democrat. I will never vote for them again because they attack the agents. They're not going after anyone but the agents. And that's all I wanted to say, but thank you.
All right, there he is, Mike in Flemington, who I know has a police background. He was one of our guys that was weighing in months ago when we analyzed some of that film, or lack thereof, that was released from Epstein's cell, if I recall correctly. I believe Jimmy Kelly says we have Road
Warrior.
Road Warrior, yes. Road Warrior is online too.
Big John.
John, what's up?
Yo.
Give us your expertise, your analysis. I've been dying to hear this all day.
All right. So, as a former member of the New Jersey Attorney General's shooting response team since its inception in 2000, and investigating police-involved shootings before that, including one very famous one in 1998. It's a clean shoot. You are correct with the reasonable person standard. The officer shot, and he's trained to stop the threat, not to kill, to stop the threat. Police officers are not trained to shoot at tires. Shooting a tire does not stop the vehicle. So the end of this, it's a clean shoot. It's a good shoot. And the bottom line is, I bored you with a lot of other details on what's going to happen next. But
well, I'd actually like to get into one of the details. You actually tweeted Dawn, Greg, and myself yesterday. I think you showed us in one of the photos, there's the bullet hole that went through the windshield where it looks like you have like one small circular hole, but there could have been multiple rounds that were fired. How does that analysis factor in when they do all the analysis of what happened at the crime scene, as far as whether they decide to press charges and file, or to charge the officer? Is it one shot or is it 2-3 shots? Then it's like excessive. How do they determine and differentiate between that?
all right, so you can sequence shots. So in the windshield, I highly doubtful that just looking at that photograph, and it's not a great photograph, that there's two bullet holes in the front windshield. It just appears to be one to me. I'm not going to get into details on like radial fracture lines and sequencing stuff in windshields. That can be done. But if the driver's window was open, and it appears that it was open before and during the shooting event, that one shot went through the front windshield, and then others could have went through the open window. What's going to happen now is the reconstruction team is going to go in there with what's called projection rods, and they're going to place rods through any bullet defects or bullet holes that's in the interior of the vehicle. Then they can be traced outward, and then you can sequence the shots by a moving vehicle moving in one direction and the officer's in a fixed position shooting. So the more acute the angle of the trajectory of the bullet passing into the vehicle, that sequences the shots. The most acute one, or the smaller angle one, is always number one. The more obtuse one is number two, and then the more obtuse one than that, it will be number three if there's 3 shots fired. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yep. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that's. I don't want to get into like technical details, but the bottom line is, it's a good shoot.
Okay.
And what I expect now, what would happen in New Jersey, is that the entire case would be presented to a grand jury. Of course, it's always a risk because the grand jury, if you get them on a bad day, they could indict. But in my experience, what happens is it's a no bill.
Okay.
Which means that they say the officer was justified, and then it's the matter is cleared up by a jury of your peers.
Do you think there's anything that Kristi Noem should not have said, especially in that first news conference. I think her second news conference was the better one. The first one where she wore that cowboy hat, were there things that you would have advised her maybe not to have gone into or stated?
Yeah, the when she said that the car helping something about helping them out of the snow, helping the car out of the snow prior to the shooting. So, like, you know, that can give the impression that the car accelerated accidentally. But when you're the police officer standing in front of the vehicle, accidentally or not accidentally really doesn't mean anything. Would any reasonable person at that moment believe that their life was in jeopardy? And the answer, in my opinion, of doing this for 25 years is yes.
Yeah, right.
So I you know, that was like, she didn't need to do that. And the second thing is, like, you know, everybody's talking about the police officer was dragged prior to that. So, like, I don't know what federal standard operating procedures are, but that opens up, and it's civil. It's not criminal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It would be like, you know, this officer should have been evaluated psychologically, like, to make sure he wasn't
traumatized.
Too traumatized to go back out to the field, and then
there you go. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. All right, Road Warrior. Thanks
I'm being honest.
We appreciate that.
That's the truth.
Yeah. No. Glad to have you. Thanks for all your insight, pal. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
There he is, Road Warrior, joining us. Yeah, and on the gnome front, you know, like, I get it. She's in a position, I think, historically, that has been a male-nominated or appointed position. She's a former governor. I don't really know what her expertise is to fill this position, but can we stop the what do they call it?
She was governor of a state. She grew up on a farm.
The cosplay with
dad.
She's not the Lone Ranger.
Dad died. Well,
enough.
She was.
I mean, even Megyn Kelly was like laughing at her, like, dude, what is this, Halloween? Just go out there in a business suit or whatever. You're like, she's Zorro.
There's extensions in that.
That's part of it.
Just show us functionally you can do the job. You
part
don't
of
need
this
to dress up.
why a lot of men, why a lot of guys wear caps like that, like in the cops and FBI. It's Greg's not wrong. When you have, I don't wear hair extensions. Greg's never wrong, and he's also buff.
Thank you.
He's been working out. Thanks
I'm taking a lot.
Yes, I'm defending you.
All right, I don't need get out of the YouTube chat. Stop. I can defend myself. Everybody's like, Greg's awfully quiet now. No, I'm just sitting back here on the pile of money that they pay me every morning to sit in here and give my opinions while you dummies sit and chat on YouTube. So thank you very much. Man. So how about that? How about them apples? How about them apples?
Greg just winds us up.
How about them
and
apples?
Then he can sit and have his coffee.
How about them apples?
I don't need you or want you.
Are we a little butthurt that nobody pays you to give your opinions because your opinions don't matter?
That's not nice.
Look at this.
We love you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Man, Gregory.
No, I'm just
Gregory.
I'm just throwing it back at them.
The best audience in America.
Mm-hmm.
Even President Trump said that.
I'm just throwing it back at him.
Basically what Greg is saying.
Expect for the next 11 months for me to ride you like you've never been ridden.
We do have 11 months left to go for this year.
And by the way, I'm on record saying that I do think that the jury is going to find the justification for this.
Well, that's the scary part where Road Warrior said is you catch the grand jury on a bad day. I mean, I'm sorry. You're supposed to put all of your baggage and your political bias and anything that could impact your ability to analyze and process everything objectively to the side, right? That's what we hope for. That's why we have this system set up where you're judged amongst your peers. Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact that a grand jury could have a bad day or a locale could matter. If this is in Washington, D.C., good luck. If it's in deep red Florida, conviction. I've always hated the political nature to the criminal justice system. Yeah. I don't even like the fact that district attorneys have to declare whether they're Democrat or Republican. I hate that. Like, just, you like prosecuting crimes? All right, run for office, you know?
Well, look, case in point, Kevin Steele is a Democrat in Montgomery County.
Yeah.
Not many people even realize that.
No, you would not know.
Really a law and order. He's been here. He's been in your studio with you.
Yeah, he's done the bike ride with us. Yeah.
So it is possible. It's just, it's unfortunate that this whole thing could have been avoided. And that's my biggest point, that None of this should have happened.
And at this rate, I think our team's going to be bigger than Kevin Steele's team for the bike ride this year. We're
true.
already in double digits.
I know. Did anybody get Steve Mappa's number yesterday?
I have the card right here.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because we're going to hold him to that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. He almost broke my hand yesterday when he shook my hand. He's going to finish that thing in about 3.5 hours.
We need to stack this team with ringers.
We do.
So
we do.
can, we can give a good showing. We gave a great showing yesterday. Or last year. But I believe that this year is the year of Team 1210.
Fourth time is the charm.
And see, Sharon has a good point that Greg's just trying to get us to hate him so that you go to gregstalkersucks.com and you donate. And Sharon is exactly right.
There you go.
There might be a method to my madness, or I might just be giving my opinion, which some people don't like.
Well, some do. Look at it right now.
Yeah.
I don't
Andrew.
I refuse to look at it.
Andrew says basically the rest of us have TDS, and Greg's the only one who can think for himself. So
855-839-1210. We'll continue with
why I'm an
your
independent.
calls.
Why I've always been an independent. Because I will never adhere to any talking points from either side. From either side.
I was as you know, I was a registered independent until until 10 years ago, and it just was upside down land, and so then But I was always a registered independent.
Yep. All right. Cut sheet coming up in about 20 minutes.
Until Trump.
Jimmy Fallon until, same. Well, I mean, I didn't become a Republican until Trump as well. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30. The other big story, kind of the second tier story of the day, is Greenland. Let me get into that for a couple of minutes. Speaking of Road Warrior, he provided me a good little nugget yesterday on precedent when it comes to America and purchasing countries. We'll touch on that. We'll still take your calls if you want to jump in on Minneapolis. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
Now, You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yes, 727. Hey there, Kayal and Company, rolling along here on this Thursday morning. 1 hour from now, Jimmy Fallon for some laughs. He'll contribute to the cut sheet as he always does. Also, speaking of the cut sheet, we'll be coming up in just over, we'll call it 18 minutes from now. We'll get to Greenland in a moment. Wrap up your calls first, 855-839-1210. Frank in South Philadelphia. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. How we doing, Dawn? Happy New Year to all the what's going on here today.
Happy New Year.
I like to say about the mayor and the governor. Hello.
Sorry, I'm just talking about your phone. It's something to be desired there, Frankie.
Are we good?
That sounds better.
Frank, are you there?
It's a little overmodulated.
Yeah, you there? Okay, cool.
Frank.
Yes.
Can you Frank, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Frank.
Is this on? Yes.
Hello. Oh, I think we got you, Frank. Go ahead. Oh, Frank left. We were just having fun with Frank.
Sorry.
Oh, we love you, Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Is this on? Hello.
You know, Jimmy Kelly always says, why is it that we have technical problems or whatever problems when a good caller like Frank calls?
Yeah.
But whenever it's somebody who's a plant, who's
Yeah.
paid by Mediaite or whoever.
It's like they're on the landline.
Yeah. They're clear as a bell. You ever notice that?
I know.
Or Media Matters, whatever that group, and they pay people to call into it.
People have been calling into talk radio shows for 4+
Yes.
decades, and we still haven't mastered the basic good connection. Turn your radio down. No speakerphone. No Bluetooth. Get to your point quick. Don't ask the hosts how they're doing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares how Dawn, Nick, and Greg are doing. Okay.
Certainly nobody cares how I'm doing.
Right. We know how you're doing.
Yeah. Oh, I'm loving it. I love this. Keep them coming. Come on, YouTube chat. Come on, Twitter.
But Frank, if you do get a better connection, call back. We'll certainly take it.
Or don't. I don't care.
Or don't. I've got Greenland to get to. Anyway.
Yes.
So, this is fascinating. And I said yesterday that, look, if you purchase Greenland, the United States that is, from Denmark, and the people of Greenland don't really give a rat's ass who, quote, owns them. By the way, why does Denmark actually have a say in Greenland? Why does Greenland allow Denmark to have a say? Fascinating questions that I think should be answered. But I was thinking about this. When you look at, and this goes back to Venezuela a little bit as well. And I will criticize people in this administration if it's Bondi, if it's Bongino, who now, by the way, is picking Twitter fights with Matt Gaetz, which is high comedy if you want to read that. But when you look at Trump as the commander-in-chief, you look at Rubio, Secretary of State, and you look at Hegseth, Secretary of War, formerly the Secretary of Defense. I ask you this. Compare them to the past 3 administrations that were not Trump's. Look at the Biden administration. Secretary of State was Anthony Blinken. Anthony, actually. Remember, no H in there. Lloyd Austin was the Secretary of Defense. Go to Obama's 2 terms. He had 2 Secretary of States, Hillary Clinton and John Kerry. His Secretary of Defense was Timothy Hagel. Go back to G.W. Bush. We all remember Colin Powell and Donald Rumsfeld, right? I mean, I think you could argue what this trio of Trump, Rubio, and Hegseth with Trump 2.0 trumps all of those trios that I just mentioned in the 21st century. You look at Venezuela for a moment. 99%, 100% effective. I mean, it was pretty much a flawless operation. Kudos to all of those soldiers that pulled off that brave act and, oh, by the way, got out of there scot-clean. And then you look at Greenland for a moment and possibly a sale, or you want to call it an acquisition from Denmark. I thought about this yesterday. You can be anti-war and still be America first. And America first, by the way, means what benefits us first and foremost. And I'm against foreign aid. I'm tired of funding Ukraine. I don't want to send $1 of taxpayer money to any other country for any cause known to man. I just don't. I know it's a pipe dream. It'll never happen, but it's something I believe in. If you want to make America great, then don't worry about anybody else. So I'm not worried about what we do to other countries in our hemisphere, as long as we're not committing atrocities, as long as we're not killing innocent civilians, as long as we don't have casualties that were unexpected for good people in another nation. Now, if, Maduro was being protected by Cuban cronies and, 80 of them died or whatever the number might be, well, then you shouldn't have been protecting a bad guy. That's what you signed up for. But Road Warrior, who called us in the first hour, I want to go back to what he said yesterday. He said to me via text, he says, if you get time, get a copy of Red Storm Rising. It's a Tom Clancy book. Now, it's fiction, but the first 100 pages are very true, he says. And he says, whoever controls Greenland controls all shipping lanes in the North Atlantic. All that is needed to achieve this is a small air base on Greenland, and then you own it and you prevent Russia or any other foreign powers and adversaries from conquering it. Plus, of course, the resources. And that's really what it's about, right? Just like you could say it's about a lot of things in Venezuela, which technically it is, but the oil is a big driving factor. The resources for Greenland are a big driving factor. So for me, making America great again and the mantra of MAGA isn't just policies that are domestic, that are direct here in the United States, like securing the United States border. That's a direct thing. But it's also the indirect, which I think directly helps you, just like any other endeavor that Trump is going on right now, right? So I want to play Rubio here. Phil has this, and we had to do some editing or whatever with the sound, but I think it'll come across audible. This is K1. Let's roll Marco Rubio on what the plans are for Greenland in the next week or two.
To discuss the situation in Greenland. And
I'll be meeting with them next week.
But will you take military intervention off the table?
I'm not here to talk about Denmark or military intervention. I'll be meeting with them next week. We'll have those conversations with them then. But I'm not having anything further to add to that
Can
today.
you clarify your comments to lawmakers? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
Let me give you just two transactions, two historical perspectives, one from Road Warrior and one that I found myself just doing some research yesterday. Road Warrior said, don't forget about the Alaska Purchase in 1867. It would be $132 million today because there was no assessment of available resources that were done prior to the purchase. It's Economics 101. It's a no-brainer. And then more recently, not recently, but more recent than the Alaska Purchase, 1917, the United States bought the U.S. Virgin Islands from Denmark for $25 million worth of gold. 108 years later, now the Greenland transaction would be deemed evil. Why? Was it deemed evil when Truman wanted to do it? If George Washington would have done it, it would be in history books. If Abraham Lincoln would have done it, it would be in a curriculum. But because Donald Trump wants to acquire Greenland for a multitude of reasons, it's seen as some negative. I can't find the negative in it. Just like I said in Monday's Big Take, Dawn, I can't find the negative, and I'm always willing and looking to give a negative because I'm not here to just, toe the MAGA line. I can't find a negative with Venezuela. And the only negative to me with Greenland would be is if we went in and took it by force. But do you really think Greenland's going to try to stand up to the United States?
Well, it's NATO.
Or anybody who controls it, right?
And that's Red Storm Rising. I have it at home, but don't even get me. It's like my husband with his freaking books, I try to bring, I would love to bring it to you, but
he won't let it go. Prized possession.
He's like with the clutter. Don't even get me started.
He's not a hoarder, is he?
Oh my God.
Oh,
I have no idea.
Jeez, I hate those people. My wife's a hoarder. She doesn't want to get rid of anything.
No. So, and
except for me.
You're a keeper. That's what she says.
I don't know about that.
St. Christian. But it's, so it's like a future war type situation, and it's all, and it's great, but it's amazing how prophetic it is. In Larry's defense, it's considered like a classic of his, because I think it was his second. It wasn't his first, but it was his second or third novel. So, but that's the whole premise of it: how NATO and Greenland is so critical, but also the Greenland is not only critical in that region for like a military base and positioning, but it's also they want it for the rare minerals and all that, with all the ice melting.
Right.
So now we have an even, because Trump is so big on AI and beating China with AI. And so I think for multiple reasons,
they
want to buy Greenland. And he's taught, look, he's been talking about this for 10 years or more
Mm-hmm.
that I know of. So I think that it's a smart strategy to try to get it and negotiate a deal.
Well, and then
Denmark is doing a cruddy job. That they've admitted. I mean, the dog sled thing, that's not a joke. I mean, they basically have like no security. And so what stops Russia from taking that over?
Can you just explain the dog sled thing for those that might not know what that means? Because I know you mentioned it yesterday, but might be worth reading.
So according to NATO, they all do have certain rules of what they've agreed upon. That if they all know that it is a strategically critical area because of its location, and so that's why we have we do have a base. We do have a base there already, but they're saying that Denmark they are technically in charge of keeping up with everything and maintaining everything and making sure that it's secure. That's part of their gig and and I think it's probably a contractual. If you think about contract law, lawyers always win.
Yeah.
So part of the contract that they sign with NATO, and the deal is that you're going to take care of it. They have basically violated the terms of the contract. And so I think that that's where they're going with the legal argument to say, let us help you out here. You're not doing the gig and you can't do it.
All right, Cut Sheet's coming up at 7:45. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30, and also a very big announcement coming up as we get ready for Jimmy Fallon at 8:30. We will give you that coming up shortly. Let's try one more time. Our buddy Frank apparently has a better connection, but that's Jimmy Kelly's word, so you take it for what it's worth. Frank, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. We have a better connection right now.
Yes,
okay. I like to say that bucket mouth mayor from Minnesota. He cursed it on the speaker there yesterday. They're just adding him and the governor of Minnesota just adding wood to the fire of what's going on in Minnesota.
Yep.
ICE had the right with a car coming at him like that. It's a weapon. The car.
Yeah.
Not only that, the reporters. I like to ask that mayor and also the governor, if a car was coming at them, what would they do?
Oh, their security detail would open fire. That's what
correct.
Would happen.
That would be the same situation as far as that go. And let me say something about Greenland. That we're not invading Greenland. We're either trying to purchase it or try to turn around and for our military purpose for Greenland. We purchased Alaska. We purchased Texas. The United States did back then. I think Texas was bought for about $15 million. We could either buy Greenland or we could turn around and make some kind of agreement that we control it just like Denmark is. Now, if Denmark doesn't want to follow through with us, maybe we could turn around and buy Denmark and Greenland.
We'll take all of those countries that have connections to the Stensland family tree. How many are there, Dawn? We've got now Norway, Switzerland,
Sweden, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark.
Yeah.
So originally, I think Norway had controlled it. The Norwegians named Greenland because it's a chunk of ice. It's very ugly. Iceland, however, is beautiful.
Okay.
So they named it Iceland because the Norwegians, don't you know, they were your original brand managers, like Greg Stocker. So it was like a PR ploy to make it so that Iceland sounded non-inviting.
All right, how about this? We take Norway, Finland, Sweden, Greenland, and Denmark, and in exchange, we give up California, New York, and Illinois. Fair trade? You think the commissioner would sign off on that? 855-839-1210. Cut Sheet is coming up next. Get ready. We have a lot of goodies in store for you. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How about Nick's talking about taking us away? Let me take you away to Portugal, Spain. That sounds a lot warmer and a lot more beautiful for 10 beautiful days next spring. How does that sound? And if you've loved our tour events in Italy with Conservative Tours, oh my goodness, what a treat you're in for, because they have specially designed and catered this just for you because you're the best, our listeners and viewers on YouTube here at 1210. So dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private, Portuguese escort for the event, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, all the fun we'll have, strolling Alfamas, cobblestone passages, just brimming with those scrumptious seafood restaurants. Abidos, Fatima, of course, Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. You can scroll down, see the full itinerary, which is awesome. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone. Those are worth the crossing, but I'm not done because we're going to discover together Portugal's answer to Tuscany. I'm talking about the Douro Valley. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in such a passionate way, and we will discover why together. Join me for all the history, just the fun and camaraderie that we've come to share, the unique beauty of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. See you at Bellum Tower. Conservativetours.com, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Listen up, football at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, do it today, okay? Kayal and Company. Follow us, subscribe, like, repost, reshare, retweet, favorite. Download every single app known to man. Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app. We're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Get the podcasts on iTunes and or Spotify. Jimmy Fallon coming up at 8:30. Cut sheet in about 10 seconds. And starting next Thursday.
What?
At this very time.
What time? 7:45?
Thursday at 7:45. Joining us on the cut sheet will be, each and every week, moving forward, host of the national podcast that you will hear weeknights from 6 to 7 p.m. The great Rich Zioli.
Who said that? Who set this up? Who's that?
You.
Corporate.
Did I? Corporate, that's me.
Bunch of suits.
I'm a corporate suit.
Yeah. How about that? So starting next Thursday.
Yep.
We're calling it a Fox double block.
Mm-hmm.
Zioli and then Fela.
Yep.
Perhaps Zioli and Fela simultaneously.
I mean, it might if Zioli wants to hang out.
We're going to need another box. We're going to need 6 boxes.
Yeah.
And then he'll join me Fridays.
Yes.
What time is that?
10:30.
Every Friday at 10:30.
Yes.
How about that? So what day is he joining Dom?
He's joining. We have to work all that other stuff out.
Okay.
Right now, it's just us and Dawn.
There you go. So he's not really going away, folks. He's not leaving.
No. That's what Barrett Media planted this story. Rich Zioli exits 1210 WPHT. Does he?
No.
Did he exit 1210 WPHT? Or is he actually going to be here just the same amount, just different times.
See, this is why Jason needs to write everything himself and not have a staff member do it.
If you think about it,
exiting
for all the backbenchers out there, if you think about it, an hour with Kayal and company, whatever he is with Dawn, whatever he is with Dom, or like, plus his hour podcast.
Still doing 4 hours a day.
He's still here the same amount of time.
Don't tell him that.
Oh God, people are just like, oh, he's leaving. He's not leaving. He's here. He's right here.
He's right here.
Right here.
And it also, so it's just he's concentrated for the hour at 6 nationally, so he gets to be national, and then as well frees him up to do the TV stuff.
He's doing TV stuff, which is why I don't know if you've realized, but over the last 6 months, he's barely been on his afternoon show because he's doing other things. So this is frees him up to do other things, and he's still a member of the 1210 WPHT family.
See how Greg worked that out?
It's not rocket science, people. Do I need to explain everything to everybody all the time?
I bring it.
God.
One person that will not be hosting 3 to 6 is Frank from South Philadelphia. He's been ruled out.
We love Frank.
What?
You got your megaphone in there, by the way?
Yep.
All right. Just have that on standby. I think we might need that at some point today. All right, 7:48.
My, what a big megaphone you have.
Yeah.
It's not the Coke cans like what's his name, right?
Ryan Khalil.
Ouch.
Yeah, if you missed that story at 6:02, go back on the Odyssey app.
Yeah,
You'll
no,
get
you
caught
have
up.
to. This is why you have to tune in all 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, all day.
Exactly. All right, let's find out what's on a Thursday cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Brian Krieger. Thank you for your support of 1210 WPHT. Support Tri-County Auto, please, because they support us here at 1210 WPHT. And your favorite segment, the most listened to segment on 1210 WPHT, What's on the Cut Sheet. So, Brian, your money is well spent because the most people are hearing it. See what I did there?
Exactly.
Can we look at this food pyramid for a second? This is a little visual. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe buttons. And a lot of people are saying, because I insulted the YouTube chatters, that they should take back their likes or they shouldn't hit the likes. Just know that I say that out of love. And you can actually hit the like button because you hate me. How about that?
Yeah. It's like an angry like.
An angry like. An angry like. And you know angry is always the best. Right, Don?
Makeup. Oh, hoo-ha. It is.
All right, can we look at this food pyramid, please? YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. So what has changed on this, Stensland? Do you so at the top is steak, cheese.
So that's the new one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Steak, cheese, that looks like beef. I don't know, turkey.
It's protein. It's a higher protein, lower sugar diet.
Chicken, broccoli, peas and carrots, cabbage or lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes, green beans, olive oil.
Yep.
What's that? Is that yogurt, eggs?
Yeah, dairy's still in the upper echelon.
Tuna.
Well, but remember we were told, so what it has done, there's a focus now that we should all be eating you should eat as much protein as your body weight.
And
that's what we're supposed
quote,
to eat.
Real food.
Real whole foods.
Right. No processed.
No processed.
What Instagram influencer did you get that from, Stensland?
That is actually, I got it from...
The same one who told you to put Crisco in your hair?
Crisco. No, that was from like I admit that was an influencer. Yeah. But this one was actually...
You fall for all this nonsense.
My son David's pediatrician in football had said to David, you should be eating your weight in protein. And I said, wow, that's and they said, you should too.
Yeah.
That we should all, that the doctor said we're not eating enough protein. Also saturated fats. So for the longest time we had this, fats are bad, low, eat margarine or eat no fat. It's the opposite.
Right.
because all of things like I use real butter.
Yeah, there's good fats for you, right?
But we were told that it's bad for you. And
I mean, I love everything.
Well,
Phil, put that chart back in there. Leave that up there for a little bit. Why? Nobody wants to see us anyway.
Everybody wants to see me.
Well, everyone wants to see Dawn.
Buff Greg.
Dawn followed by Greg. Me least of all. My box should actually be smaller.
Stop.
Just actually put like a silhouette over my face.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, I love everything there. Roast chicken, a steak, ground beef, broccoli, tomatoes. There's not one item on that pyramid that I don't enjoy.
Here's my question for this is that like Nick said, everything on there is has been pretty standard over the years.
I think it's a reorganization of the decks on the Titanic.
I get you.
The beef has gone higher up
because of
some of the stuff has gone down.
Cholesterol. Everybody's like, don't eat this because of cholesterol and it'll clog your arteries and all that nonsense.
Now look how low they put bananas. Now I have eaten a banana every single day of my life. I can't tell you for how long, and now they've moved them down. I'm surprised. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the natural sugar in a banana. But I was always told that the potassium was great for you.
Jimmy Kelly, can you do me a favor? Can you take today's cut sheet and please print it out for me? I did not print it out. Because Dr. Marty McCary was on Fox and Friends this morning. Yeah, we have that. Breaking down the new upside-down food pyramid unveiled by Kennedy. And then we'll play Kennedy on with the CBS Evening News last night. Wrote this.
It was a big day for school lunch programs, for school districts, houses of worship, food served at military bases, people trying to figure out what should I be eating. And we have ended an era of medical dogma where in the past the only thing that has been recommended is to avoid fat. And fat was the boogeyman for really no good scientific reason except that it was the dogma passed on generation to generation. We are no longer recommending high cereal, bread, grain, pasta food pyramid base. That is the big part of the food pyramid. We are moving on to a scientific-based approach to say we need more protein. There's not enough protein in the diet of the vast majority of kids. We've increased the protein guideline by 50 to 100%. You want whole grains, that is grains bound to fiber, fruits and vegetables, and there's nothing wrong with fat. You don't need to serve kids low-fat foods like low-fat dairy. These are natural, healthy, saturated fats, and we say that in the report.
So basically what they did is they moved carbs and breads down, which is exactly what I've given up for the first 90 days of this year. This is the Nick Kayal pyramid. If there was if there was a Tito's vodka where the olive oil is, this is my pyramid.
They talked about that. They said that alcohol in moderation, but they are saying that, basically America drinks too much.
Yeah, they do. We do.
So then Bobby was interviewed by the new CBS Evening News, which we will get to, by the way, because Dokapul interviewed Tom Homan last night. So we'll get to that too. But they did a special report on the new dietary guidelines. I guess it's in the new pyramid is in reverse of what the current one was. So roll this.
My message is clear: eat real food.
Health Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. upended the nation's food pyramid today, urging Americans to avoid highly processed packaged foods and to prioritize protein and full-fat dairy instead.
You said you're ending the war on saturated fats. Where is the evidence that that is a good idea?
Well, the problem is that there's no good evidence that saturated fats drive cardiac disease.
The American Heart Association disputed that today, though it did applaud Kennedy's emphasis on increasing vegetables, fruits, and whole grains.
Tiny fraction.
It has been a busy week for Kennedy. On Monday, the CDC, which he oversees, rolled back recommendations that all children be immunized against rotavirus, hepatitis, and the flu.
We're not taking vaccines away from anybody.
But it is more difficult now for parents to get their children immunized for the flu, right? They can't just go to a pharmacy.
Yeah, you need to do a shared decision-making with your physician, which is how it ought to be.
Fewer people will get the flu vaccine.
Well, that may be, and maybe that's a better thing.
Boy, all right, pause it right there. Pause it right there. Oh, that right-wing Barry Weiss, man, they've really flipped CBS upside down. It has gone from Cronkite to clickbait. It's the same. What pharmacy can you go to right now?
Yeah,
where
thank
you
you.
will be told you can't get the flu shot. Find me a single CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, you name it, with a pharmacy that's not pimping every vaccine known to man or shot. Where does she get that from? And by the way, Bobby Kennedy's not right about a lot of things. Okay, but here's my big takeaway. Health-wise, whatever we've been doing in this country for the longest time
has not worked.
It's not working.
Agreed.
So
we have an obesity epidemic.
Let's shake it up. Yeah. Or as they say, Bobby Kennedy has upended the food pyramid. He's upended it. Like he said, just go straight bourbon and whiskey. Don't drink or eat anything other than whiskey. My God, these people.
I just feel like, can you put the food pyramid up one more time? I just feel like it's like,
well, let's get the old one and put them side by side.
This is common sense. This is it's just common sense.
But
to
think
me.
about it, Greg.
Like it's just what you see at the top there: steak, turkey, broccoli, carrots, peas.
Except it's not so common.
Even cheese,
right?
Like it's all food. Mm-hmm. The problem is we're not eating food. Mm-hmm. Just eat real food.
Yeah. If it's frozen or if it's in a package or if it's in aisle 1 through 12, avoid it. Shop the perimeter.
I don't understand why this is so controversial. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem to be because some lobby has said, yeah.
Because so let's go to the roots of it. And this started I was just reading back, and I've over the years reported on this. So it started in the 50s, 1950s. There was, and this is proven, you can look it up. 1950s, Eisenhower has a heart issue, stroke, and at that same time, there was a Harvard University sponsored study that talked about the fact that started all of this.
Yeah.
So it came through Harvard, just so you know. And so then what happened was, think about if the base of your pyramid, what they're saying is whole grains, and that sugar is okay, right, and all of that, but the fat is bad, and that's where low fat started. That was in the 1950s.
Yeah.
That's where it all began. So what does that do? Right around the time that the tobacco industry had to put on warnings and was getting ripped and told to cut back, just as that was happening, then we've established that same lobby and those same groups now invested in big food. And what did they do? They can now, it's easier to process sugar and all of these different carbs like wheat products, bread-based, all the bars, all of that. And so that then is how they make their profits. Yep. It's really hard to process a steak.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like a steak is a steak, or a carrot is a carrot.
Yeah, but they're injecting cows and chickens with hormones and stuff
well,
like
that's
that.
Next.
So, yeah.
But obviously don't eat steak that comes in a frozen Hungry Man in aisle 9.
And by the way, Italy is the first, I believe Italy is the first nation in the world to reject any kind of, like the Bill Gates, like phony meat, the faux meat or whatever. They're like, nah, we're not going to have that here.
Yeah, I mean, we're battling the sugar wars at home. My daughters, they can't get enough candy. We go trick-or-treating and enough candy to last 2 years. Then it's, Easter. And they love, Olivia loves Sprite, so we try to really limit her Sprite. Mia loves Dr. Pepper. We try to totally limit that. And then, of course, they want to go to Starbucks on a Saturday morning and buy those
good God,
those
Kayal.
berry drinks. It's a mess. I'm like, no. Then Olivia, because Olivia is she'll challenge everything. She's going to make a great talk show host one day if she goes down that road. By the way, are we hiring for the future? Are you looking for talent in like 2039?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. I'm looking for talent. I'm looking for talent right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to hold her off yet. I don't want to indoctrinate her too soon.
But you'd probably be better off getting those home soda, make your own soda machines at home.
Oh, yeah. We've had that discussion.
So if you did that, A, it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And they're all on sale right now. But B, they learn about what ingredients you can put fresh fruit or whatever. They can make it themselves.
Yeah.
But they're not having all those nasty chemicals.
How about this? Drink water.
That's what I said, yeah.
And if you want a little bubble in it, drink mineral water.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not that hard. You don't need soda.
Well, Olivia gets snippy with me. She goes, "Well, isn't there sugar in fruit?" And I said, "Oh, look at you, smarty pants." I was
Susie,
like, "Yeah, well, there's good sugars versus bad."
Susie Loves Jeffy has a brilliant point. You want her to stop drinking it? Stop buying it.
Hey, look, there's only so many wars I can wage. I gotta pick my
battles. But you're the one you're like her supplier. You know what I mean? Like Daddy the dealer.
Well, you could have a budget. You could give her the soda money.
I've emerged victorious in the Kayal Family Financial Crisis Summit meeting that we have every week or every month. So, but now that I've got the money spent allocated right where it needs to be, do I fight that battle of what is purchased?
So, Phil, Phil, jump on the mic. Is this the old food pyramid?
Yes.
Yes,
I can tell you it is.
Okay. All right. Pull it up there.
There you go.
So,
yeah.
So this is better for, big processed food, cereals, Fruit Loops, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
breakfast, Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, eat that. It's healthy.
Yeah.
And look at all the vitamins on the side of the box.
Yeah. Beef was in the second box. Now it's on the top box.
Who paid for this? Who paid for this food pyramid? Which one of the corrupt lobbies paid for this?
Kellogg's.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's big food, and we fell for. See, we're all getting played. We fell for it.
Look how low the fruits and vegetables are there. Yeah. They're in the fourth box, the second biggest from the bottom. Now the breads are still basically in the same spot, which is a little surprising. I thought the breads used to be a little bit higher, but maybe not.
No, the breads are the base of the pyramid.
Okay.
And now meats are the base.
Well, what was Bobby talking about, or McCary, about grains? There's good grains. What is he referring to?
What he's saying is that if you have less processed grains.
Oh, okay.
So you think about all the gluten. When you were a kid, did you know anybody with a gluten allergy, so-called?
No.
So I have friends who they go to their family, or at least a family member, they'll go to like the Lancaster County and get the breads and the grains, whatever flour to make stuff. And their kid has a gluten allergy, except they can have the bread made with what the Amish, their wheat, their products. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's not a gluten allergy. It's an allergy to whatever the crud that we're putting into our bread.
I'm so glad you said this, because I just searched this. I read this weeks ago, and I pulled it up by just doing a quick search on X. Rogan had called this out back in June. Mm-hmm. He said, our bread is so effed. We're effing poisoned. People are not gluten intolerant.
That's right.
They're poison intolerant.
Yep.
And he goes on in whatever guest he had on talking about it. You're right. And that's why there's never been this. Do you have gluten-free? It's not, quote, gluten. It's all the other garbage that goes into
processed.
it. Yeah.
And so then also that would go along with pasta. So that's why, and I saw it firsthand going on these conservative tourist trips to Italy. And I'm sure we'll see the same thing in Spain and Portugal, where these countries don't allow this crud that we have.
I actually just watched a video. It was like a 13-minute video. Mel Gibson was just recently overseas in Italy, speaking of your trip. And he was saying how, and I said this in 2008 when I took my honeymoon.
Was he yelling about the Jews?
No, he was talking about how fresh and light the pasta is and everything over there. You don't get nearly as bloated and stuffed and full.
Don said that. Stop listening to Mel Gibson.
Well, I said it 20 years ago on my honeymoon. I mean, I ate pasta every day, and I didn't feel like I needed to unbuckle my jeans.
Mel Gibson, another creep.
But it goes to the point of just how bad our food is.
Agreed.
Versus Europe.
Agreed.
But think about all of this. So you had big tobacco, and then when they were exposed, then it went to big food. But the lawmakers that we talk about that all get rich off of being career politicians, they allowed this.
Yep.
And all the FDA, all of these government agencies and bureaucracies that are bloated, and all these people getting rich, all these people are complicit in what they called yesterday in the news conference. We have allowed, we didn't know it, but they've been poisoning our food and poisoning our children, and they've caused all of these autoimmune diseases and all of these problems.
By the way, Mark Bissey says, Portugal, food is farm to table, nothing better.
Yeah.
ConservativeTours.com. Sign up for that trip to Dawn with Dawn so you can eat farm to table. I just want to go over there to eat.
Speaking of that, when you see that slogan in America, fresh farm to table in American restaurants, do you believe it?
No.
I don't either.
No. Just like organic is a lie.
Yeah.
It's all a lie. Yeah. It's all a lie. There's ways. It's marketing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Yeah, of course.
My wife works in marketing. I know marketing. There are ways around it. You know what I mean? If you have so much of this in it, you can call it this. If you have so much of that in it, you can call it that. It's all a big scam, by the way. Thank you. Speaking of the CBS Evening News, so it looks like Tom Homan and Greg Stocker are on the same page.
Wow.
Because he said yesterday to Tony Dokapol, we just need to let the investigation play out, which is what every slapdick in the YouTube chat was calling me out for it. But it's basically what Tom Homan is saying.
Here we go.
That we need to let the investigation play
Here's
out
Stocker's
instead of being armchair quarterbacks and saying, well, if you speed up this and you look at this and you look at the trajectory of this, it's like, oh God, like you're the only advice I'm going to take on this. The only advice I'm taking on this is Road Warrior, because he did it for 25 years. So his call...
And Road Warrior said you were basically wrong.
His
the recap Road Warrior's call. Your buddy.
His call this morning is what... Thank you, Nick. His call this morning is what is the only opinion I care about, because he did this. So, let the investigation play out instead of, instead of your job at Walmart, you're sitting there on YouTube saying, look, if you look at the bullet and you look at this and you look at you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay? So stop.
Boy, your disdain for Walmart. We might have to redo it. I think Walmart has surpassed France and Canada and the Kennedys and Elvis on the Stocker hate list.
It's a long list.
It's a long list.
All right.
Today is Elvis's birthday, and you're talking about hate for Elvis. Linda Kearns, I hope she's not listening.
Wait, today's Elvis's birthday?
Yes.
Really?
In heaven, yeah.
Well,
Capricorn.
how old would he be?
I don't know.
Oh. All right, well,
Linda mentioned it
Phil will
yesterday.
fill us in coming
Yes.
up in 2 hours.
Do you think the worms who ate him are have birthday hats on? Birthday hats
Probably.
This is why I'm going to get cremated. I'm not going in the ground.
All right, roll Tom.
We showed border czar Tom Homan a video of today's shooting in Minneapolis because we also wanted to know, what does he see when he watches it? He wouldn't comment, citing the investigation, but the Department of Homeland Security has already had a whole lot to say. Here's Homan.
I think the city of Minneapolis is on edge. I think the country is on edge right now. You say the investigation is ongoing.
Investigation just started.
Just started. You say you can't comment on the video, which many Americans are seeing and reacting to.
I'm not going to make a judgment call on one video when there's 100 videos out there. I wasn't on the scene. I'm not an officer that may have body cam video. It'd be unprofessional to comment on what I think happened in that situation.
Tell Twitter that.
No.
And hold people accountable based on the investigation.
Tell Mayor Fry and Governor Walz.
I agree. Dude, trust me. I agree with you.
He is being responsible, and it's, quote, his team, his squad, his group of guys. But he's also not in the opinion business, right? So I think the professionals, whether it's law enforcement, mayor, governor, they should all wait to see more evidence. But for those that are in the opinion business, like what we do for a living, we have to react off of what we've seen, what the evidence shows us. I think he's taking the right approach.
Agreed.
1,000%. Mm-hmm. And he's a fireballer. I mean, he's done a ton of media appearances, and I don't give him any guff for that because he's done a really good job, unlike Pam Bondi, who's been on TV 8 times this week already. That's a different story for a different day. Yeah, he's right. By the way, are you surprised that Tony was able to get to Tom Homan that quickly in real time? I mean,
meaning what?
For that interview?
No.
It's not on Zoom.
No, they had it set up. Do you know how media works, Nick?
Yeah.
No, apparently because you can't book your own guests.
By the way, how's Michelle Tafoya coming?
Oh God! Just reach out yourself.
I just messaged her.
I saw
messaged
that. Thank
her.
you, Dawn. Thank
Everybody else has 17 jobs around here. You have one, and you can't do it.
I know. We delegate jobs to producers, and they can only do that specific role. I mean,
you ask Phil Almquist. He's doing a Saturday night show for me. He's doing music. He's doing sports now. Plus, he's doing all the videos.
His Saturday show is not my concern. My concern is 6 to 10. Hoss.
Are you calling me Hoss?
6 to 10 is my concern. Not what happens on 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. I'm asleep.
She was here last summer for that event. Remember?
Yeah, that's why I want to get her on.
Anyway,
she's great.
Not the point.
I'm trying to get her.
Not the point of that. I shouldn't have derailed.
Thank you, Dawn.
I shouldn't have derailed the conversation.
Dawn and I in 2026 are just like that right now.
Well, I mean, you should be, because 3 weeks ago you
Here
said
we
you
go.
could, because you said you could do the show without her.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and me.
I'm now waging wars with the producers.
I think a lot of people would agree that you can do the show without me, but I hate to tell everybody.
But I
You
don't.
get the cut sheet.
But I don't want to do the show without it. I don't want to
And
do
you're
a
the
solo
eye
show.
candy.
Thank you.
With your buff self and your blue eyes.
Thank you, Dawn.
Suze, back me up here.
No, they had this. They had this interview set up for weeks.
Okay.
Or at least days, and it just so happened
It
that
fell in his lap.
It
Got it.
fell in his
Okay.
lap. All right, keep rolling this.
I think many members of the public are calling for the same thing, and so they're confused. Maybe you can help me understand how the Department of Homeland Security could conclude so swiftly that this is a, quote, act of domestic terrorism, that this woman, quote, weaponized her vehicle. By the very same standard you describe, this investigation is just getting started.
That's a question for Homeland Security. I'm the border czar. Well, I can tell you what I've seen on my airplane ride here, looking at numerous videos, seeing numerous social media posts, statements from Homeland Security, statements from Secretary Noem. I'll leave it at that.
But as a law enforcement officer,
what good is it to do right now to me prejudge the facts of what happened today without giving law enforcement professionals, whether it's the FBI or the local police there, give them time to look at all the videos, talk to all the witnesses, talk to the officers, and make an educated decision on what occurred today. That's what needs to happen. I've been a cop since 1984. That is a process we must go through.
these videos that for months and months have been going around that people watch and they share and they say, look at this case of excessive force. Again, I'm not going to litigate any particular incident or ask you in detail about it, but I'm curious, you've seen these videos. I'm sure you've seen more than is even public. Have you seen any examples of clear excessive force displayed by ICE agents and officers in the field?
No.
During the whole administration?
Things that I've seen?
Yeah.
No. And when I hear things, I see a story that an allegation is made, I follow up, make sure that it's being fully investigated. But I haven't seen one ICE officer found guilty of anything inappropriate.
All right, stop it right there.
Again, I'm not.
So, I mean, this is perfect. And again, like I said earlier this morning, don't you think that if ICE was violating people's rights and abusing people in this world of smartphones where everybody's an independent journalist because they have a camera and a video feature, we would have seen these by now? You know, the whole world that's against ICE and Trump would love to bring down ICE with some ridiculous, over excessive use of force. Haven't seen it. And remember when they were telling us they're going to go into schools and pull out the kids, then they're going to create fear for the fourth graders. Has that happened in 1 year yet? I'm still waiting for that story, by the way. Still waiting for that with what I was told with the experts, because the experts are always wrong. Oh, God. By the way, that was a good interview, but it won't get any ratings. Tony Dokapil, debut, CBS Evening News, earns more than 4 million viewers. You might say, wow, all right, there you go. No. On Monday, just under 4.5 million viewers turned into the nightly newscast for his first edition leading the program. Of those 4.5 million viewers, 600,000 came from the coveted persons 25 to 54 demographic, insider stuff. While that viewership figure outpaces what the newscast averaged throughout 2025, it shows steep declines when compared to other debuts for the network. Norah O'Donnell in 2019 averaged 5.6 million viewers, 4.5 million for the flagship show, a 27% decline compared to when Scott Pelley started anchoring in 2011, and actually smaller than the Katie Couric debut 20 years ago.
Wow.
So
everything. So let me just say this: everything Barry Weiss has done so far has been a flop.
Does not work. No, it's unsalvageable.
Because the Erica Kirk town hall that she did a couple weeks ago or a month ago now
on a Saturday.
But it doesn't matter.
Which I predicted would not do well because.
But Dawn, to that point, the ratings determine how many people are listening at that time.
Right. I
you know what I mean?
But
like
who,
it's easy to get a 15 share at 10 o'clock at night because the pool of people listening to the radio is smaller. It's not as easy to get a 15 share at 8:16 in the morning because the pool of people listening to the radio is is larger.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right. More options.
Yeah, but you know, I would say, look, he did not have a great first show. It was,
technical problems.
I mean, and he just didn't. it just didn't look big, and he didn't seem to have the gravitas. Does that crush him? No, not necessarily. If he does a good job and it catches on, then he'll earn, he has to earn people's trust, and CBS News does, and that's the bigger point. And so they have a lot of work to do. But CBS is the way that their narrative is. They did get a bump. They did get like an 11% bump or whatever they're saying. So they're claiming that the ratings went up for him, I guess, week to week, or so it. They'll manipulate those numbers the way they do it.
As long as he's competitive with David Muir of ABC and the network brings in money, he's going to be fine. I think we were all of the opinion that Barry Weiss was not going to turn CBS around. I mean, think about this. You say, well, why?
She was brought in to do that, guys.
She was, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, people have been conditioned for how many years, Dawn, to tune into CBS News for left-wing media. You think just because Barry Weiss is hired overnight that they're going to flip the results like that? I mean, you know how hard it is to break people's habits? The people that probably tuned into CBS and saw Erica Kirk and knew who Erica Kirk was, if they're liberal, there's a chance they tuned out saying, I don't want to watch her. I don't like her. I didn't like her husband.
But you mentioned Katie Couric. So Katie Couric, remember, was on the biggest show on the NBC Today show.
Mm-hmm.
See, what did CBS do? This is what CBS does. So they hired her away from NBC and paid her a fortune. Okay? So if you really want a big bump, then you look to the number one. That's why there's those rumors about Brett Baer, for example. That's why, I mean, for all we know, Rich Zeoli is going to go to CBS. No,
oh, but I mean, man, would the Zeoli army be mad?
But in all seriousness, if I'm Barry, I'm looking at Fox. I'm looking at their lineup, and I'm thinking, who is somebody who wants to make the big bucks, who wants to break out, who deserves a shot and could do this job and would get a huge following immediately. That's the only way that I can see that they would get an immediate bump.
Whatever happened to developing and finding and landing that
takes time
hidden gem that was out there that nobody was willing to do their homework on? I used to work in a different lifetime at a sports station that loved to hire people from the sports station down the hall, and it didn't necessarily work out. Geez, I wonder why that is. It's like, you're Barry Weiss. You have to first of all, be given ample time to make this thing work. But I don't think it's going to work. And oh, by the way, based on that,
you obviously don't know how this stuff works. You're not given ample time for anything, guys.
Right.
It's turn the ship around or you're fired.
Right. Well,
trust me, I know from experience.
Well, for Barry Weiss, so for she has 1 year. That's in my personal experience. A general manager or a news director coming in, they have 1 year. So that's their clock. And if they haven't shown results and turned it around, then they're gone.
Well, there needs to be a sign of progress, right? Like going in the right direction.
I mean, it has, and this has to do also with the mergers and acquisitions and all, there's the flurry of that. Like I say, the quickest pathway, and I imagine that, they're trying out this Dokapil, but he's in-house. They can always move him back someplace.
Sure.
So it becomes a game of looking at the contracts.
Which they will.
And I have no question that they absolutely are looking at people at Fox because it's a win-win. Because if they go after somebody at Fox, then, or whatever other network that they feel like somebody has a big following, like a Scott Jennings or somebody like that has a big name and a big following, and you don't have to earn the trust of a huge chunk of people who you believe are going to follow you to CBS News. So if you have some talent like that and you pay him $20 million a year, boom, then that's immediate. That's worth it.
Now, I've said I like Brett Baer. I think he does a very good job as being somewhat down the middle as a straight shooter on the news in that 6 o'clock show. My prediction would be if Barry Weiss backed up the Brinks truck and said, we want Brett Baer, and if Brett Baer went to CBS, I think he would make a very minuscule impact.
Yeah,
I do not believe
absolutely.
that there's a Brett Baer fan club that would follow him.
What I would have done if I was running CBS News is I would have dropped an atomic bomb on CBS News, and I don't mean that literally. Obviously, I would have completely blown up the entire.
You would have gutted everything
and turned it into a podcast type thing or a show kind of like we do, where it's just
you have contracts to fulfill.
I agree with you, but there's ways around things. Trust me, I found ways around things.
But Greg, part of this is that that control room. If I were running things, and that debut happened in that control room, I would fire if there are 12 people in the control room,
I see what you're saying.
I'm saying I'm walking in front of everybody, and I'm saying you who had something to do. You 6, you're fired. The union would have a fit. Everybody, blah, blah, blah. But I would send the message. You mess this up.
You have to.
You make him look bad again on the air, and you're fired.
Good. Yes, that's what I would have done as well, Dawn. No doubt about it.
Because there's a culture. Because understand that there's an inner war. Understand that there's I worked at CBS Network, for like 2 years. There's a chance that there were people who were in that control room. Let's just say we're not rooting for him, and certainly are not rooting for Barry Weiss.
Oh, you're saying it was sabotage.
I'm not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
we
it's
have
a possibility.
I love that even more.
Maybe a little something might happen.
I love that even more.
You saw the pushback at the Washington Post when Bezos bought it.
Yep.
All those journalists that were left wing saying, "Oh, Jeff Bezos is going to make me right wing stuff."
Yeah.
Right.
I want to play this. Hat tip to Representative Brandon Gill yesterday, because I don't know if you guys saw this. This is 23, Phil.
Yep.
A Democrat witness claiming that the Somali immigration makes Minnesota stronger. Well, he had some stats that shows that Somali immigration does in fact not make Minnesota stronger.
I've used this guy in the Big Take before. He's good.
Roll this.
Does large-scale Somali immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority...
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about... let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using
non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question, when you're using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotan as any of us. They were born in the United States. It's only 8,000 of the 108,000 Somali.
Nevertheless, the welfare usage is astoundingly different.
So he's talking about their children.
Yeah. And so my big takeaway there is they're not pursuing the American dream here. They're pursuing an ability to leech off of people that actually go to work, pay their taxes. And I know it's only 1 or 2 or maybe 5 videos out there, and I've seen a few of them, but where some of these young Somali teenagers or in their 20s, men or women, are out there on TikTok saying, "You work for me, whitey." That's really what's happening here. I mean, the stats don't lie. We pay their way of living, which is not much, but if you don't like the fact that you're barely able to survive, well, this is not meant for you to survive long term, right? Government assistance is meant, like unemployment, for example. It's meant to help you pay some necessities while you try to get back on your feet. It's not set up, the system is not stabilized for you to live off of it for 4 decades. Go get a job, you bum.
Yeah, and I'm looking up the numbers. According to all the different numbers with Somalis, 43,000 people born in Somalia are living in Minnesota. But then when you think about over the years, like he's talking about, the 43,000 plus their kids, the total nugget there, the total number is 94,000. 94,000 Somalis in Minnesota. Well, that's a pretty, that's
look.
or in Minneapolis, I should say.
Hat tip to Brandon Gill, by the way. Sorry,
Yep.
Nick.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say I'm all for legal immigration. I'm all for anybody that wants to come here and contribute. I mean, that's like what we do here. We go to work, we pay our taxes. We don't like to pay our taxes. We would all like to pay less, but we contribute to the quote system. So if you want to do that and you want to come here legally, get in line, do the vetting, do the paperwork, go through the whole process. I mean, hell, America was founded and built on that. But these people that come here or are born here and just inherently say, you know what, I'm going to leech off the system, that's infuriating. Again, I still don't think we are, as a society, outraged enough by what happens with our tax dollars because we're just defeated by it. We know we have to pay them. Uncle Sam's coming for them. They're going to keep taking. Cost of living goes up. The cost of expenses and By the way, first world problem. My dues for golf just came for 2026.
Here we go.
A 21% increase. Because of,
start a GoFundMe for Nick.
Operation expenses have gone up. 21%?
Wow.
Really? No, I know it's my right. I could back out of it and say, well, you can go pound sand.
You could.
But I have a vice to fulfill.
Jimmy Fallon is coming up next, but hang on. Nick and Dawn, do we have an announcement to make about our good friends at Piazza?
Yes, we do. Would you like that right now, sir?
Yes, I would.
All right, let's begin with this because...
Whoa!
Yeah, give me the drum roll, Stocker. There it is.
I don't have one.
All right.
Drum roll.
You know, it was about this time last year that we announced right here on Kayal and Company the new studio naming rights partnership with the great Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles. For those that are not paying attention, thank you very much. There's Vanna White there.
Vanna Black.
Stenzel.
You're watching us.
Vanna Black.
Yes, right behind
Beautiful
us.
Piazza
See
studio.
multiple logos. Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles. Yes. And we had a wonderful year together. Surprise, surprise. With our friends from Piazza, especially with the return of the Piazza pet. We know Stalker has adopted. By the way, how's the puppy going?
Oh, she's beautiful. She's great. She's a pain in the ass, but she's great.
What's the name of her?
Sadie.
You got Sadie and Zioli's got Gary.
My son.
Be a blind date.
My son and puppy Sadie just beat the crap out of each other. So
there you go.
It's fun.
And of course, Piazza hosted several remotes at their dealerships, and we found homes for several of those dogs, and we topped off the year with the toy drive at Piazza Honda of Springfield, where I came down with laryngitis and went home like a baby. And thank you very much. Our listeners helped us donate hundreds of toys to the Salvation Army. And, of course, all of us around here and our families got new vehicles from Piazza.
I would say thousands, but, okay, hundreds.
Hundreds of what?
No, there were thousands. Thousands is fair.
It said hundreds of toys. I would say thousands.
Yeah.
No, it's
across
thousands.
all the dealers.
It's thousands. Trump wrote this. It's thousands.
Millions.
Billions. We had billions.
No, across all the dealerships.
Yes.
So today, we would like to announce that our friends from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles have signed a multi-year extension to serve as our studio naming rights partner.
Yeah, Piazza. We love you guys.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that.
And they've also agreed to support our annual radiothon benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. So Dan, Tony, Jamie, everybody, all the dealerships, thank you so much because, if the money wasn't rolling in here, we might get shut down, right?
Thank you.
And we're kind of for-profit. We're not like PBS and NPR.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right?
Honestly,
my family alone has bought 9 Piazza vehicles, and anybody in my
You have
family
a problem,
gets a vehicle, and it's not Piazza, you're dead to me.
You get a car. You get a car.
You get a Honda, and you get a Honda. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Piazza. We love you guys.
We do love you guys. Thank you.
Yep.
Dan is my spirit animal.
Yeah, he is.
I tell him
music lover.
I tell him that all the time.
He's got a great ponytail, by the way.
We bond on great hair.
Yeah.
And metal music.
And buff bodies.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
Glad you noticed.
He's got a Hollywood look to him, doesn't he? Not?
He does. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, he's the kind of, like, when he showed up at the Jaguar event, or this was in early September, I think it was actually the week that, sadly, Charlie Kirk was killed. He comes in, he's got this, like, gray suit, black tie, black shirt, the beard going, the shades, and he's got his hair slicked back in a ponytail. It kind of has, like, a mob boss mentality. Like, I don't want to mess with that guy.
Yeah.
And it's weird because Tony's, like, 6'2", 220, chiseled from stone, looks like he could be Bryson DeChambeau on the PGA Tour, and yet I'm more scared of Dan than I am Tony.
That's so funny.
By the way, BPO says we need photo evidence that Stalker still has the dog. Trust me, I still have the dog. We love the dog. It's become my son's best friend.
Yeah. Dan could just snap his finger and have you offed.
Yeah, he should. He should have me offed.
Well, The YouTube chat would love it.
I know they would.
They really would. All right, Jimmy Fallon is coming up next for his weekly appearance, and we'll do that on the other side. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to set one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family, and my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. See, Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of helping people like us become responsible, safe gun owners. They're going to guide you through the entire process from applying for your permit, helping you select a firearm that fits you best, and most importantly, train you on how to safely operate your firearm. And you're going to get hands-on training with one of Bob's certified NRA and range safety officers. Now, I've been working with Bob's in selecting another firearm, and I'm working with their certified trainers to help sharpen my skills, because you always got to sharpen your skills, right? Listen, I'm telling you, the team at Bob's, they are the best in the business. To make 2026 the year you protect yourself and your family and exercise your Second Amendment rights. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. bobslittle.sportshop.com, my go-to place for all things freedom and liberty. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years, using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 8:34 here on a Thursday morning. Rolling along, it's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. And joining us, as he does each and every Thursday morning, the funniest man at Fox News. And I'm not saying that just because he's in the hopper. I truly believe it. Jimmy Fallon. Woo! Hello, buddy.
Woohoo!
Everybody, I mean, funniest man at Fox News is like hottest chick on The View. I'm really running with that one. But thank you. Just the same. Nice of you to butter me up. It's good to get the band back together. Happy New Year, you guys.
Happy New Year to you as well. I'm assuming you had a good holiday.
Yo, you know what's funny? I got so fat. I was out of breath reading.
Same here.
Yeah. It was crazy. Like I always dress like Fat Elvis on TV, but I've never quite felt like him until last week. It's disgusting. And you know what's bad about it is normally you can eat to this place of self-disgust that like inspires you to turn it around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You start like, you fat animal. I can't believe you had another cannoli. That whole thing. I never got there. Like it's like I'm in such a happy place right now, and I'm telling you, like, I'm fat. Like when I walk into the building at Fox, there's a gay dude from Wardrobe trying to jab me with an Ozempic needle.
You know, the worst part too is when you put the weight on, you don't really realize it until you certainly then realize it, and you look down, and you're like, I'll be damned. I've gained 27 pounds here in 2-3 years. Where the hell did this come from? My wife said to me this during the holidays. I was vacuuming and Swiffering our floors because we were hosting Christmas Eve, and I had sweat just like percolating down my forehead. She goes, "Why are you sweating?" I'm like, "I'm fat. Leave me alone." Anyway,
Jimmy, I saw your New Year's Eve thing there on the Fox News. The one question I have for you is I think I saw the 5 that you were hosting that night, and you had Oz on, right? The Mentalist. I'm fascinated by this guy. Did you find the same fascination with Oz as I do?
Here's the thing. Okay, I've had him on my TV show. I've been on the 5 with him. Yeah. Just us. Everybody else, cover your ears.
Yeah.
He's the witch. Like, he's an actual witch.
Yes.
He does this modest thing, Greg.
Yes.
Because he goes, well, a really good magician will convince you saw actual magic.
Yeah.
Meaning he's trying to modestly downplay his powers and go like, guys, in all fairness, this is just really good. I don't know, sleight of brain, sleight of eye, sleight of hand. Yep. I don't know. Okay, but hear me out here. This is real talk. That trick he did on the 5 was actual witchcraft. Can I just give it to you in 2 beats?
Please.
We're sitting in a commercial break. He gives everyone on the 5 a deck of cards. He's like, just take out a deck of cards. They're just New Year's resolutions. I'll show you every card in the deck. Here they are. Pick the one you want, which I did, which everyone did on the set. We were not asked to give back our card. Okay, or put it back into the deck. In fact, he took the deck and threw it. Okay, when we came back from commercial, he asked Kat the name of the first guy she ever kissed, Kat Timpf.
Yep.
Okay, he looked at her. He's like, "You're counting the letters. I think it's a short name, whatever." He writes it on a blackboard, holds it up to the audience so she can't see, but it's the word Sean.
Yep.
And then he asks her, what was the name of the guy? You've seen the trick.
Yep.
She goes, Sean. Everybody's like, oh my God. So far, so good. Right?
Yep.
And it asks us to hold up the New Year's set resolutions in our cards, and our cards spell out Sean.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh God.
So
That's creepy.
You could tell me there's a level of mathematical coordination that makes that happen in 3 seconds time.
Yep.
But you'd have an easier chance convincing me you're a witch.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy, for those of you who don't know, Oz the Mentalist, it's spelled O-Z, but he says Oz, right? I've seen him on Joe Rogan. I've seen him on Howard Stern. I've seen him with Jimmy. And he says it all, like, he's not a mind reader, because I think if he did claim he was a mind reader, that the government would be knocking down his door and says, kidnapping him and saying, give me your special powers, because, but
that's how they got Maduro. They're like, he's going to get up to get a croissant at 2:38 in the morning.
It was Oz.
So Oz was the guy that wagered $400,000 on the capture on Poly Market. I'm damned.
It's amazing. But yeah, anybody who hasn't seen any of his stuff, just Google him on YouTube. I mean, I don't know how he does it. It's pretty, Kat Timpf, when I saw that, was literally scared. Like her face was literally like, I don't like any of this.
Because you wonder what else they know.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Well, she didn't like it going in. Like, she was like, this is crazy. I've seen it before. I'm not comfortable around it.
Yeah.
And he did nothing to improve the situation.
And he chose her.
Yeah.
By the way.
Which is amazing. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can see all of our lovely faces. The 4 boxes up. Jimmy Fallon, who you can hear weeknights here, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and Fox Across America. That's the name of the show, 7 to 10, and the Fox News Saturday night with Jimmy Fallon every Saturday night at 10. Can I throw some clips at you here? You're a New Yorker, so this is a typical New York greeting to your current governor, Kathy Hochul. She was leaving some sort of establishment,
and Mom Dottie was there too.
And had some sort of had the New York welcome, shall we say? Roll this, Phil.
You a governor! You a governor. That's what you are. An anti-Semite. An anti-Semite. Governor. Hochul, you governor. Hochul. Zoran, run like a rat, Zoran. Run like a rat, Zoran. Run like a rat. Use the back door. You love the back door in the basements and because the rats like that. That's what the rats like.
Oh my God. My favorite clip of the day. I saved it for you, Jimmy Fallon.
So good.
Yeah. The best thing about New York is that was a crossing guard.
I love how he goes last name on Hochul, but first name on Mom Donnie.
Run.
The accent is what really sells it. I love that.
Absolutely.
That is what we do. That's why. Do you remember when they were playing up this area when Trump first got on the scene, and they were like, "People are getting called racial slurs on 42nd Street now," and I was like, "Dude, I grew up here. That was the whole point of walking down 42nd Street." You wanted to hear what they said, you know. They would give you, and look at this crack over here, you know. Do my wife, you know, and she'd walk by and they'd call her a name.
Yeah.
And that is the most New York video in the world. I love that. I can't promise you it's not going to surface on Fox News Saturday night if we get the rights.
We don't ask for the rights here. We just do it.
We just take.
So a Florida man, this is is arrested in a red lace bra and a G-string.
Hey.
And he's accused of concealing a gun under his prosthetic silicone breasts.
That's a big breast.
You know who we have here to discuss this? Sheriff Grady Judd.
Oh God.
Roll this.
Now, occasionally, I bring you stuff that you just can't believe, that you'll never get over, that may even scar you for life. But I got to introduce you to this guy. He's not from Polk County, of course. I don't think we got anybody from Polk County quite like this guy. This is Matthew Zaccarino. He's 39. He's from Altamont Springs. And he's on this construction site in a vehicle by himself. And as our deputies approach him to see what's he doing on this construction site, we see this dude wearing a red lace bra with prosthetic silicone breastises. Know what I mean? Well, then we notice he's wearing a G-string, showing off the boys. You know what I mean? And then our two deputies say to themselves, "Self, this is highly unusual." But you don't realize how dangerous these situations are, because under a prosthesis, we found a gun. So he was armed trespassing. He said he was on the way to the costume party. We go, "Okay, where's the costume party?" Well, he couldn't answer that, and then he sold up on us and quit wanting to talk at all. Can you imagine that? He's mad at us for trying to find out why he's wearing lace bras with guns and G-strings or G-somethings or, ooh, it was ugly. It was so ugly. Anyway, he went to jail. Have a good day.
91 LSXer says, so he's basically dressed like Lindsey Graham after happy hour.
Oh. We call that coyote ugly.
The question is, did he wax and get a Jimmy Fallon spray tan?
Shots fired out of not one, but two pistols the woman had.
There's no way that Sheriff Grady should ever have to run for office in that position ever again. That guy should be there till the day he dies.
Absolutely.
Classic.
Absolutely.
I love that guy. He's my favorite guy. You know what it is?
In a storm.
He is. He's like the deputized version of John Kennedy. You know, the Senator Kennedy.
Yes, that's a great comparison.
Wow.
It's a great comparison.
You get those two together for a podcast over some bourbons.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
John Kennedy, I love him. Okay, I've had him on my show. I love him. But he has the accent of the one cop you do not want to get pulled over by.
We actually have him right here for you, Jimmy Fallon.
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
Exactly right.
Armed robbers hit an LA store and escape with $500,000 in Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards are still a thing, huh?
Apparently they're a big thing. Roll this.
Last night, the new details we got saying that employees saw two people come inside the store. They were acting suspiciously and then left. Later, around closing time, police say an employee took a briefcase full of extremely valuable cards down into the underground parking garage where they were confronted by a man with a gun. That person took the briefcase, got in a car. Somebody who was a friend of the victim, according to police, tried to bust in through the back windshield of that car and ultimately got pepper sprayed, and the suspect took off with, again, $300,000 to $500,000 worth of rare cards. No arrests announced in this situation so far, and it was not the only theft of very rare cards that happened just yesterday in Southern California. Take a look at this video. This is from Simi Sports Cards in Simi Valley around 3 a.m. yesterday. The owner telling us thieves broke in his shop with a chainsaw and smashed up display cases, making off with at least $50,000 in valuable Pokemon and sports cards there.
I think I can come forward and admit this now 30 years later. I think the statute of limitations have expired. When we were kids in the 90s, we'd used to steal Pogs. Remember Pogs and Slammers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, grown men stealing Pokemon is clearly virgin territory.
No doubt.
But these things they're very expensive and they're popular.
Are they?
For
Yeah.
Teenagers, yeah.
Yeah, you just
Kids.
imagine what prison's like. Hey, what are you in here for? Ag assault, Grand Theft Auto, Grand Larceny, Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Charizard.
And you know how they always do those CES things in Vegas? It's basically what the technology that's going to rise up and kill us later on this year. So this is an AI digital twin. So you have a woman here, and then you have her AI digital twin right next to her, where she basically makes it say whatever she wants to. It's super creepy. Let's roll this. This is 11. Hang on a second. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Yeah, you must see this. Please hit that thumbs up button there, and please hit the subscribe buttons while you're there. Okay, roll this. Love this because I could have my AI Greg sit in all these pointless meetings that I have to have every day.
Right.
You know what I mean? or AI Greg could wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and sit here with you two, so I don't have to, so I can actually sleep in. You know what I mean?
Well, speaking of sleeping, is it a robot form? Like, if let's say a wife who needs sleep and you don't have to play possum, you know what I mean? You could go there.
Oh boy.
Dawn's playing possum.
Don't tell my husband Larry I said that, Jimmy.
Poor Larry comes in with the Viking helmet on.
Viking helmet.
He's gonna storm the beach. No, I was killed by the last round of Vikings, Larry. How about you open up the laptop?
How about you open up the laptop?
It takes the lotion.
Jimmy, while we're on this with AI, we got to get your thoughts on the story we covered early in the week. What's up with Wegmans in New York using biometrics now?
Wait, is that a real thing?
Yes.
Yeah. They're scanning your face when you enter the grocery store.
Wow. I mean, listen, as a New Yorker, there's so much DNA on everything we do. Where do you draw the line, You know, it's funny. I always talk about driving a cab.
Yeah.
I used to love when people would get in my cab, right? And they would put on like hand sanitizer, and I would look at them like, why? Like, unless you're going to splash it on your face and your face, like just bathe in it, it doesn't matter. Obviously, I don't like the privacy intrusion, and it usually gets eased in by way of efficiency. Like, you remember how Clear did it at the airport? They're like, well, if we have your biometric data in your face, you can board the plane quicker.
Yep.
And that was the case for about a week, and then a lot of people had it, and I don't find one to be any quicker than the other. But they do have like all my DNA and my ID and stuff. But the one caveat for me, and I don't know how you feel about this, is I don't actually care. This is a true story about how I knew I was a mess in life. 2 years ago, my identity got flat out stolen, and my credit score went up 38 points. And it's like, you know what? I don't have to play defense. It's like, I'm better off letting Wegmans steal my identity because those Albanians did a better job with my credit than I was doing.
Albanians.
I don't care.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass says that you're upset about the Pacific Palisades fire, that's because of misinformation being put out. She also says if you're mad about the building permits not being issued or rebuilding not happening, that's also because of misinformation. So because of the federal government and the slow-ass response from the local government up there for the people who lost their homes in the Pacific Palisades during the fires last year at this time, I believe, Karen Bass told ABC7 out of Los Angeles that it's just because you're misinformed. Roll this.
1 year after the fires, are you surprised that so much of that anger is directed at you?
A little, but again, I do understand the anger. If they need to focus them on me, whatever it takes them to heal and get through this. I don't take it personally.
Do you think a reason for that anger is misinformation and people are looking for someone to blame?
Well, I do have to tell you that
What a
there's a
question.
part of it, and this is the part that troubles me the
By that
most.
dumb reporter.
Is that there are people who have preyed upon people's grief, who are financially benefiting from people's grief. And to deliberately put out misinformation like nobody's rebuilding, permits aren't being given, there are challenges, absolutely, but there is progress being made.
There you go. So it's misinformation with that leading question by that dopey reporter. Like, oh God, give me a break. Like half of all those funds that were raised for that concert that happened last year, none of that has been doled out, or like a very small amount has been doled out.
My God.
Yeah. And when she says there's people financially benefiting off other people's grief, they're called the insurance company. Kennedy's out there right now. Kennedy's house burnt down in the Palisades.
I know. Yeah.
Can't get in. There's no permitting. There's no rebuild. One house has been rebuilt in a year.
That is,
think about it.
It's infuriating.
Wow. Can I just run it up though really quickly? This is the 1 year anniversary. It just jogged my brain talking about it. It's also the 1 year anniversary of David Muir getting caught on camera putting a clothes
yes on the rain jacket.
Yeah.
You know how much of a self-absorbed a-hole you have to be to try to look hot covering a
You sound a little catty.
You think these flames are warm?
Jesus.
Jimmy Fallon, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear him weeknights here on Fox Across America, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can also see him every Saturday night on Fox News Saturday night. Also, we're not at liberty to say yet, but next month we're working on a special event with Jimmy Fallon and The Morning Show. Nick Kayal, Don Stenson, and Greg Stocker. We'll have details coming up. You will be able to hang with us coming up in the near future. Is that right, Jimmy Fallon?
Yeah, I appreciate you giving me a month to lose the weight.
Ditto.
Can't show up like this. It's gonna make me like, oh my God, Chris Farley! I thought you were.
Jimmy, you and I should do the Chippendales skit from SNL.
We're more like a chips and dip, but I'll be there.
Great stuff, buddy.
Jimmy Fallon, ladies and gentlemen.
Best.
Love you,
There he
dude.
is.
Thank you, man.
Jimmy Fallon. How about that? So something coming up in the near future.
Near future.
Wow.
Next month.
My bitching
That's
and
all-
moaning
that's all
over
I'm
the
gonna say.
airwaves has finally paid off. Corporate finally says, you know what? Let's throw the guys and gals a bone.
We can't say anything else because all the details have not been ironed out. But all the parties involved are liking what they're hearing. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Yeah.
All right, there you go. All right, fourth and final hour is coming up next. I don't have any reason. Nobody brought me anything, but I can wing it if you would like. Or I can get to it. Can we do it later?
Hang on.
All right, we're
Did they
gonna
bring
do
you
this.
any donuts?
No, they did not. But I can
Nothing.
tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders because I do have a great memory. And they are doing their New Year, New Home sale, which, if I recall correctly on the copy, ends tomorrow, January the 9th. That is correct. Bucks County Estate Traders, your place for unbelievable, not your typical furniture in a furniture store. We're talking about their massive Hatfield showroom. You guys recall it. You came out on Veterans Day in November, 58,000 square feet, 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, hand-selected, and it's built to last. It's not some furniture store that's corporately owned where you think you're getting a good deal and then in 18 months, the furniture is destroyed. Not the way they roll. And the whole experience is easy. They have great salespeople there to guide you. But if you want to just do it on your own, that's fine as well. Bring in your smartphone. They have QR codes on every item. Pull out your camera, snap the picture of the QR code, details instantly to your device. And as we said, the new year, new home sale, it expires tomorrow, January 9th. We've been telling you about it all week long, but you can still save 20 to 50% off furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind pieces with real character. Stop on by BucksCountyEstateTraders.com. Hatfield Showroom, that works as well. Some exclusions do apply. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
It's Nick Kayal here. Start your new year off right with that new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are available to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium family has dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza PremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Hour number 4 here on this Thursday morning, 9:03, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide for their new year, new home sale. Shop buckscountyestatetraders.com for their Hatfield showroom. Sale runs through tomorrow, January 9th. Fight Club in about 7 minutes. And then, of course, we have Today in Music History and Dawn Stensland's Big 3.
A witness in the Minneapolis shooting was on, I think this was with Aaron Burnett last night at 21, Phil. Tells CNN that the ICE convoy was stuck in the road and the woman who was shot blocked traffic so they couldn't progress.
Mm-hmm.
Not by accident.
Impediment, obstruction of justice, just to name a few.
According to the witness, she blasted ICE, calling them children. She said, I heard whistles, which is common sign that ICE is nearby. Roll just a little bit of this, Phil.
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment. So, Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything is starting to happen. Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything. You come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ICE is nearby. And I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on. And within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy that seemed to be stuck, and then there was a protester who was blocking traffic so they couldn't progress. And she was totally peaceful, and ICE, it seemed completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, 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 and then they approached her vehicle aggressively and tried to open her door, and then that's when she got spooked, and she reversed her vehicle to turn her wheels to try to escape, and that's when an ICE agent stepped in front of her vehicle and said, "Stop." And then, I mean, she was already moving, and then point blank shot her through her windshield in the face.
So she wants to say she got spooked. No, she was shook because she didn't think ICE would ever actually go up to her and say, "Ma'am, either move that vehicle or we're going to make you move that vehicle. You cannot obstruct a law enforcement exercise." I mean, if the cops came and raided Odyssey right now, and I stood in front of the 1210 studios and said, "You're not going in here," what do you think would happen to me? What do you think would happen to me?
Yeah, I think they would move you.
They would.
But I think this is a new strategy to say, well, the cops stepped in front. That's like, oh, we had a shooting in Philadelphia, but, not for nothing, the victim shouldn't have stepped in front of the shooter.
Dawn, she was peacefully blocking the road.
And by the way, is she a psychic that she knows that the woman was rattled? Like, she seems to be psychic in here. I mean, it's, I don't know if she's the same witness who was being interviewed on the scene who just very matter-of-factly said the goal here, she was the lead protester in the lead car. They were blocking the street. They were blocking ICE. And so it's just a shame to me that this woman comes on and somehow can speak for what everybody was thinking.
Yeah. Honestly, haven't we reached the point?
Well, what's the difference between her going on there thinking and every Tom, Dick, and Harry pundit going on there speculating when they weren't there or seeing
anything? You're right.
Okay. So, like, Tom Homan was the only one that had the courage and whatever not to, just throw stuff at the wall and, say, I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm only seeing one video. This woman claims to be, claims to have seen what happened. I mean, her her testimony or her eyewitness is better than, you know, a bunch of people on Twitter who see, you know, a 3-second video and comment on it that way.
So two things. Number one, if you are an official, you know, like a mayor, and you have people out in the streets and you have police out there with people now protesting what happened, why not try to de-escalate? Right. And actually their governor, Walz, and to Road Warrior's point, maybe Walz did get a target letter from the feds because he was unusually diplomatic and appropriate in most of what he said.
You think he was appropriate? He said he was going to pit the Minnesota State Guard against ICE.
The governor initially was saying we want to be peaceful. So the governor initially was better than the mayor initially.
I just can't. I can't believe we're actually going to pit good guy against good guy for the sake of politics.
Well, no. I mean, my point to Greg's thing is that you have officials who should be like Homan because you are an official. You're either a cop or a law enforcement or a mayor or an elected. You're actually a representative. And you should be professional and try to de-escalate and promote peace rather than violence. And that's, I think, Greg's point. As far as a witness, that witness testimony would be thrown out of court because they would say, as a witness, what did you see? And so as a witness, just say what you saw. That's fine. But if I'm Aaron Barnett, I'm saying, well, how do you know what she was thinking at that point? Do you know what I mean? So there's a difference between being a witness and saying, I saw this or I saw that. So the follow-up is, well, what made you believe, did you hear her saying something or were you on the phone with her? What made you believe that she was then reacting to something? What made you know what I mean? So the witness gives eyewitness testimony. This witness, however, is clearly giving her own narrative and her own feeling.
Well, narrative certainly is one of the big things that we've covered on this story so far, even though I don't think it really should be. I think it's what does the evidence show? What do multiple camera footage clips show? And then, of course, ultimately, like Road Warrior verified with what I said, what would a reasonable person do in the same situation? But you know the left loves identity and they love optics. Could you imagine if this was a black male? Could you imagine if this was an illegal alien that had either black or brown skin?
This would be
10 times worse, quote, than it already is.
1,000,000,000%.
But the fact that it's a white woman,
you're 100% correct.
and it really shouldn't matter, right? The only thing that matters are
facts.
facts.
Do something, do it to a woman.
Well,
that's why I guess all these illegals got away with so much. They did it to girls and women.
Well, since everybody hated that eyewitnesses thing, let's play one.
She's allowed her review.
Let's play something that everybody now, another eyewitness who said the opposite, that I'm sure everybody in the YouTube chat and Dawn is going to say, well, this person obviously knows what they're talking about because they say what we think. Cut 16.
You saw this morning.
Basically, ladies trying to warn everyone ICE is in the neighborhood. Just letting them know, hey, and telling ICE, hey, you're destroying families, whatnot. Stop doing this. Hey, get out of here. Stop that. She reversed so traffic can go by. The pickup truck, gray pickup truck, officer ICE got out and was telling her, hey, didn't tell her anything, really, just telling her I'm going to open up your door and I'm going to get you out. And that's when the shooting happened, and the car took off, and then it sped off and crashed right into the cars.
Can you talk about the agent that was stepped in front of the car?
The way he was in the clear. There was another one at the front part of the car on the driver's side. And there's one right there by the door that's opening, trying to get in the door. Then you have one that's in front of the car that was already coming from the side. And he was just getting clear because he already see that, hey, this person could take off, but, maybe I'll try to, intimidate you with my gun.
I don't know if I would, I don't know. He didn't sound like he was overly in support of ICE either.
He said the agent was in the clear.
In the clear of what?
In the clear of like he wasn't trying to stand in front of the car. Like she went after him. That's basically what he was saying.
Okay, gotcha. The only
Because
thing
I
I
was-
would, I was just gonna say, the only thing I would disagree with is his analysis of she put it in reverse so traffic could get by. Based on what we've seen so far, it didn't look like there was traffic behind her vehicle. It looked like it was an ICE enforcement vehicle.
Right.
So I don't think she was letting good
ICE
Samaritans get
traffic.
to the daycare center or to get to the grocery store, right? It
no,
was
she
it was
blocked-
ICE.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure that I'm not sure. He seemed very hesitant, and I think he was referring to he was confused as to what the reporter was asking about, the cop who came to the door or the other cop who was in front of the vehicle.
Right.
Greg, I don't really think he was pro or I'm
That's
not
the-
really.
yeah, that's the
I
vibe
think
I
he was
had,
kind
yeah.
of
Just kind of
not the best witness.
Right. He's just telling you what he thought he saw or what he thinks he saw. I mean, if you go back to the videos we played in the Big Take, you'll see the count of officers. You do it. Now, that description is accurate.
Yeah.
You have one by the door. You have one in the first clip I played for you in the Big Take today. You can't see the officer in front of the hood. It was the reverse angle or from a different vantage point where you saw him in front and obviously was the one who discharged his firearm. Now, I'm just going to assume there had to be at least a third. I don't know if it was behind the trunk or on the far right-hand side, although you can't tell from that angle, but there had to be more than two.
There were.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, and this is a tragedy. The whole thing is a tragedy. The whole thing never should have happened. Those agents should not have been put in that position, and those protesters, quite frankly, I've been saying all morning, there should have been a perimeter, and so I think that, and I also looked into our ICE agents. They're generally trained differently, I believe, from let's say local police. Cops are taught in criminal justice, whatever, you are taught to de-escalate. You are taught how to deal with the public and that sort of thing. I don't think that's really ICE's job or skill set.
No,
This
they're
is
the final
right?
straw.
These are federal law enforcement officers who are trained to go in and extract
Remove you.
individuals
Yes.
who, as according to, if you believe the officials, Kristi Noem held that news conference, DHS has released some information that they were in doing an operation to extract dangerous criminals accused of heinous crimes, sex crimes, pedophilia crimes, human trafficking crimes.
Yeah.
That's why they were there. So I don't.
This
I
isn't
also,
the Philadelphia Parking Authority.
right? and I think, look, I hope it doesn't hurt, because I thought about defund the police. This is ground zero for defund the police.
Oh, yes.
This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the George Floyd home base of that shooting and that nightmare that we felt here in Philadelphia, and we felt it across the nation. And so it's just, to me, this is not, from the standpoint of the fact that it never should have happened. Those ICE agents should not be put in this position day after day.
It's happening.
wrong.
It's happening right now. I'm looking up on television, and protesters are confronting federal agents right now in Minneapolis. All liberal women. Yep. All white chicks. Yep. Okay.
Well, they were marching last night. Can and I know
They
you're
were late.
I know you were.
We're late
I know
for
we're
Fight Club, by
5
the way.
minutes over Fight Club, but I would just let me play this real fast. This is 20. They were marching in the streets last night saying "F ICE." Roll this. Blocking cars, it looks like. Yeah. It's not a small number of them either.
It's not. It's a lot. But
Tim Walz is hoping and praying that his city burns down again, or it's not his city, but his state. They would love nothing more. It gets Tim Walz off the griddle and off the front page for fraud.
Look at all these people.
Yeah. And by the way, too, talk about how bad America is. If this protest occurred in Venezuela, Maduro would run you over with his army. Okay? So I don't want to hear about how bad America is, because we've reached a point now where I think it would be justifiable if ICE got in an armed vehicle and rolled down the street and said on a megaphone, "Move or you will be plowed over." There, how about that? There's a take.
I think that a good thing to do right now would be to release the information about, because we're being told that very dangerous people who preyed upon the innocent, on children and women and human trafficking, and they need to plaster that information and those allegations against those who've been extracted from these communities and make it very clear this is what these agents were tasked with doing.
After they get him. Because obviously you don't want to.
No, I mean, but they've been there. They were there yesterday, though. They were right.
But you don't want to put out a warning sign saying we're looking for Bob Smith because Bob Smith did X, Y, and Z.
You're right. I'm just saying the folks that they already arrested, that Kristi Noem stood yesterday twice, two news conferences, and said that they were there to arrest dangerous individuals. She went through a long list of crimes, alleged crimes. So they're being charged. So put that information out there. And make it clear, okay, Minnesota, you would rather have pedophiles and predators and human traffickers and killers and violent criminals who should not even be here in our country.
Do you think they'll do that, though? Do you think
they should release that information, Greg? They should. And if they don't, then that's not a good look.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna kill them for that. I mean, this is a problem created by Democrats who now are throwing up their hands in hissy fits over another administration that wants to correct the problem. You can't be the cause of the problem and then be doubly outraged over somebody trying to correct the problem.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to correct it. In Minneapolis, I was looking at the weather. They've had a heat wave because you know how we're having the warmer spring-like weather.
Yeah, what is it, up to 27 in Minneapolis?
It's 36 today.
36?
But I think the high tomorrow is like 20.
Oh, God.
So their wind chills are back in the teens starting tomorrow.
The last good thing to happen in Minneapolis is when Nick Foles beat Tom Brady.
Well,
nothing good has happened since.
The George Floyd thing happened in the summer, or the spring.
Yeah.
This is the winter. They'll be staying inside. That's fine. All right, we're way late.
We're back. And guess what else is back? Kayal and Company Fight Club. If you loved 2025, you're really going to love 2026, where we know people coming back to work after that long vacation, families getting their credit card statements and screaming, "We spent how much?" and everyone using those gift cards that don't work equal fights, and fights equal ratings.
Let's play my little two drops here. You got knocked up. We are going to knock you out. Thank you, Jasmine. Fight Club on this Thursday. We are way late for this, and I apologize, but it was a good conversation. It's a good conversation this morning.
Been great all week.
Robert says, Greg's the ultimate protagonist. I don't know what he actually believes. Actually, Robert, sometimes I don't know what I actually believe. Good call by you, Robert.
Protagonist.
I think he's conservative skeptic on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that guy.
I like Robert. Robert's a good guy.
Good dude.
Even though he might not like me. It's fine. I don't mind.
I'll tell you, for all the people that claim they don't like you, boy, they love to come up to you in remotes and say, man, hey, love the show.
Yeah,
love
it's
you,
good.
love you. Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. So we know we're all a family here. Families fight sometimes, right? Come on. Radio's boring. You know what? All right. Can I just say this? 90% of the hosts on talk radio, they have all kinds of different views on things. But sometimes they say things on the radio because they know it'll ingratiate themselves to the audience. I don't do that. I'm not a phony. There's a lot of phonies in talk radio. A lot of phonies who sit there and say things. Well, what will the audience like if I say? I have to say this because the audience will like it. No, I say what I think. If you don't like it, turn the radio off.
Most famous protagonist, Atticus Finch.
Thank you.
Greg is Atticus.
Greg Finch.
Bunch of phonies.
What's up, Finchy?
I speak to these people in their daily lives, and they don't believe half the crap they say. But they still say it. Everything I say, I believe. How about that? How about them apples?
It's really an amazing feat that you've been able to pull off, telling people to turn off the radio, yet every week and every month more people turn it on.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
They either love you or they love to hate you.
I love him. I love you all, even if you hate me. Even if you hate me, I love you all.
Come for Nick and Dawn, leave because of Greg.
And I'm the only one who sits here and write. And by the way, for a reason, I yell at Dawn when she gets on the YouTube chat. But like, I'm the only one who's reading this. You know what I mean? Like, I take the bullets. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm like,
you're the human shield.
I'm like Superman.
You're Greg the Shield Stalker.
I'm Superman.
You're the social media shield.
Plus,
Stalker shield.
I would have a tongue on my cheek when I'm saying things. Just remember that. Fight Club. This is this was submitted by Shafe, our buddy Shafe.
Hey, first submission for Shafe this year.
Who I've met many times out at these events. I love Shafe. He's a good guy. This is two women fighting inside of a house. We always love women fighting inside of a house, right?
I love a good broad domestic tussle.
Broad brawl. Roll this, Phil. Oh, Jesus! My Lord!
The hair grab with the fisticuff from
behind.
behind.
She takes her down.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this, man! This is boom.
Is that Hope Walls?
I thought that was a two white broads going at it.
In yoga pants.
Yeah.
Wow.
That could have been
Was
Minneapolis in the
All right,
summer.
I have to ask you guys a question. If you play the video, is that a dude? Is that like? Look at the way. Here, rewind it for
Which
a second.
one?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
The one in the black shirt?
No. The one in the orange shirt.
No, that's a chick.
Look at the way they walk. Look at that walk. Look at that. That is not a female walk.
Yeah, she's
that
got,
is. Dawn, back me up on this. Rewind it again, Phil. Dawn, back me up on this. That is not a female walk. That is not a female walk, right? Come on.
It could go either way.
Okay.
Could be Aphrodite or whatever it's called.
I think that's trans.
No, look how small her chest is. She's got like little perkers. I don't know where that word came from. Perkers.
You have to be like Grady. Breastises.
Breastises. Yeah.
It's like the best ever.
Yeah. She's got like 2 Hershey kisses. Look at this. Boom. Oh man. Such a cowardly act too. To come from behind like that.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, and then the slam. See, you know what makes me cringe is when I see the back of the skull hit a hard surface.
Concussion.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
How about the rage there at the end where she's yelling, Barry?
Yeah.
Barry.
That's a dude.
Could be a love triangle.
I'm telling you, that's a dude. That is a trans.
Yeah, look at the crab.
Female.
Look at the crabgrass.
I'm trying
in
to
the yard.
look. You could freeze it. We could look at the Adam's apple.
Dawn, you need to take your lawnmower over there.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Look at this.
Cut her grass.
I don't know. I think there was no Adam's apple.
No
I don't
Adam's
know, Greg.
apple?
I think it was just a very athletic.
I don't want to speculate.
Shit.
I'm going to let the
No.
professionals handle this.
Yeah, that's right.
And stay out of it and let the facts surface, and I'm going to de-escalate. And I'll defer to Tom Homan.
Shoot out the tires.
Yeah, man,
David says it's a Decepticon. That's funny.
Oh, I like that.
Shoot out the
Oh my goodness.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Dawn, talk to us about your guys.
Yeah, my guys, real guys. Marvin E. Cans. You've heard me talk for years now about Marvin E. Cans. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. And they installed that all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split in our lower level due to the poor ventilation. We didn't know what to do about it. And that's just the thing. Sometimes you need a solution. So I've told you about the fact that they're my guys. They come every 6 months with the HVAC. They replace the water heaters. And our bills, by the way, our Pico bills went down more than 30%, which is awesome. But this is another solution. It's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Total game changer for us. Larry and I spend a lot of time in our lower level. Obviously in our office, it's a home office and studio. This Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit is fantastic. And it has kept us warm and toasty. No humidity. That's important, especially when you have studio equipment and computers. What a beautiful winter for us. And I think the world of my guys, Marvin E. Cans, but this Mitsubishi, they call it a Mitsubishi mini split for short, but it's a Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning unit. Check it out. Visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following their dramatic victory against Baltimore to end the regular season last week, Pittsburgh is set to host Houston on Monday night in their first ever postseason meeting between the two franchises. Houston enters the playoffs riding a 9-game win streak that they hope to keep alive and extend their season into the divisional round.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, 9:30 here on a very busy, fast-moving edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Just about 20 minutes from now, we will get what happened today in music history on Elvis's birthday from Phil Almquist. I'm sure he'll be poking the boss a little bit, or the bear, as they would say. Dawn's Big Three coming up as well.
Do you think the worms are singing "I'm All Shook Up" as they're eating away at Elvis's carcass?
Can't be anything left of the carcass after all these years, right?
Absolutely true.
Right, it's just bones. Just bones. Have you decided how you want to go? I want to be cremated. Like, I'm not afraid. Like, everyone's like, you really want to be put in a big cardboard box and then stuck in an oven and turned to ashes?
I want to have a Viking funeral.
Yeah?
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like on the Schuylkill?
Yeah.
And Larry can have his Viking helmet on.
Best line of the morning by Jimmy Fallon.
So good.
We all went through this. I'm going through this now, or at least I went through this the most recently. The cost of child care and all that stuff is through the roof. So while Somalians and immigrants are getting free taxpayer-funded daycare, how much does it cost the American citizen to have 2 children that need daycare full-time
Can I take a guess here?
Yeah.
So my sister was paying $1,300 a month for just her boy before she had her baby daughter, Amelia. That's $15,600 a year. You're saying two?
Two.
Over $30K. $32,000.
Roll this.
$38,000 is how much we are budgeting for
How much?
daycare expenses
38,000
in 2026.
I'm always
we
wrong.
have 2 kids that go to daycare full time. My son is in the pre-K class. He costs about $342 a week, and then my daughter is in the toddler class, and she costs $400 a week. Now, we did factor in a very tiny decrease when my daughter moves into the 2-year-old class. So, for the year, $38,000 for 2 kids to go full-time to daycare, which is just kind of insane. And my son doesn't start kindergarten until the fall 2027, so we still have 8 months of 2 in daycare in 2027 as well. Daycare is going to cost us more than our mortgage, and that's pretty insane. But let me know what your biggest expense.
Daycare, more effective than condoms.
I was paying I was paying $12.68 a month.
I mean, $38,000. That's like another. So if her and her husband have full-time jobs, they need a third salary just to pay that.
But can I tell you that when we, because we chose not to do daycare right when our son was born because of the pandemic, I didn't want him wearing a mask.
Good for you.
So
Good job.
he basically stayed home for 2 years. We paid a nanny to come, and the $12.68 a month we were paying for daycare was a blessing because of what we were paying the nanny.
Yeah.
So
I stayed home for 2 years during the pandemic as well. It was called unemployment.
I'm gonna take that drop and I hate that drop. I absolutely hate it. I hate every second of it. If you play it one more time, you're fired. Thank you.
Add the drop board to the things the stalker hates. The French, the Canadians,
God.
Elvis, the Kennedys. Who else did you hate on earlier today? Twitter in general.
Twitter.
The YouTube chat.
Yeah, Twitter.
It's like Stalker's dirty dozen. The things that he hates.
Yeah.
No, you couldn't get this Greg Stalker because it was the pandemic where every place was shut down.
Yeah.
But if aupaircare.com, for example.
Aupaircare.com.
Au pair care,
yeah.
like Irish nannies, Swedish nannies.
I should have done
nannies
that.
from
My wife would have never signed off.
What do you think Fran Drescher cost back in the day when she was the nanny?
Well, but if you have somebody who's a student and they will live with you, and this goes to the housing crisis, but if you have room, then basically they're working for full room and board and then like basically an allowance. So it becomes much, it's like out of pocket, it's maybe $200 a week or a month, and it's like if you have 2 kids.
I mean,
because they're living at your house, you're feeding, you're
Yeah.
providing all of their life expenses.
What is the solution? I mean, if you asking your boss if you could possibly do your job remotely, but
Well, that's why that's such a huge issue.
yeah, wow, $38,000.
Because that's
you can't get them into kindergarten fast enough.
That's crazy.
Well, that's why a lot of when you have dual incomes, one of the parents will stay home because at some point, it's not worth it to work. You know what I mean? Because if you're making $50,000, you're clearing $12,000 that year just to send your kid to watch, for somebody to watch you while you're working. It's not worth it.
But think about all these empty buildings. Think about Philadelphia City Hall. When Mayor Sherelle Parker came into office, she told us that thousands, as many as 5,000 people had been working remotely up until, fairly recently. Pandemic was way over. Why not? And one of the things people did say was, and some people did quit, was because of childcare issues. So why not put daycares in a workplace? And especially because you have all these empty buildings.
Mm-hmm. Tim writes, we wanted this dual income household. This is our fault.
You're right.
It's not that we wanted it. We need, most people need it.
No, of course.
Well, you do now because it adjusted for it. So when people say, well, why did this happen? It's because then the economy adjusted for it. If you went back to what we had before with one parent, 95% of the time it was mom staying home with her kids, then your economy will shift back to that.
Mm-hmm.
It really will. So it's my book. It's my working title. The women's movement is a scam! !
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about Maha, you think about the breakdown of the family, you think about the kids going crazy, you think about all this stuff. That's what women did.
So, which one of you, you and your husband, who are both very successful, which one of you would have stayed home then, Dawn? Since you're so against this.
No, I would have. I would have taken time off, and that's just it. We have to tell. In my humble opinion, as a mom, I think that when your babies are young and you're the mom and you're physically wired to breastfeed and do all that stuff, don't give that up, and you don't have to. You do not have to. You can be home with your kids. You can do it all. Have your kids young. Your career will happen for you. Don't worry about it. That's honest to God. That's my advice. And a lot of women, I'm so thankful, are doing that right now. They're saying, I want to have my kids.
I love that we had our kids right at 30 years old. I'm already 42. I'm 2/3 of the way through. 6 more years. It's going to feel like I got a massive raise. I can't wait.
I started at 40.
Yeah, you got a while to go, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but
even like the 22-year-olds, that to me, it's too young because then you lose all the stuff that you wanted to do that was fun.
No, I would say.
But then again, on the bright side, you're 40 and they're out of the house.
Yeah,
like there's pros and cons to both, right? Waiting versus early versus whatever. I think.
Well, I mean, so nowadays kids don't get out of the house you'll be closer to you'll be in your early 50s by the time you'll still be supporting your daughters even in your early 50s. You know that, right?
Why do you have to ruin my moment? No, they'll be if they go to college for 4 years. So they'll be 48 when they graduate high school. Presumably 52 if they go for a 4-year college or whatever. I'm telling you, at 49, I'm taking a golf trip to Ireland.
No, he's not.
I'm already booking it.
He's not. No, it's not going to happen.
See you later.
It's not going to happen. I would say have your kids at like 25. That's the perfect time. 25, because then you will enjoy that time. You will not lose your career. But more and more women are going to this. This is happening.
Well, there's no doubt that there's no way Larry would have given up his career to stay home with the kids.
No.
It would have, if somebody would have been forced to, it would have been you, right?
Well, I'm not saying forced. I mean, it's a choice.
Well, sure.
But I'm simply saying now we see this as women.
But
women
you didn't
especially.
Have your kids, you didn't have your kids until you were older. So stop.
Yeah, I
with
was
this
in my
25.
30s. Yeah,
stop with this 25.
No,
thing.
I'm saying I wish I would have.
And you,
but a daycare expense, I'm assuming, wasn't.
But you and Larry could not
have
been
a different guy. But that's
But you and Larry could have, because you were both on you both worked like different schedules. You were always working.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way you could have had kids then, right? In the 90s, there was no way you and Larry could have had kids because you were both successful TV news
anchors.
anchors.
No, I didn't know him when but what I'm saying is that it's a culture. It's a culture that was created. And so there are a ton of women who now, how many women, look up right now at whatever screen you're watching and count for television news women, for example, how many of those anchors on Fox who are like around my age, they never had a child. They gave up or they adopted.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they were told.
Or they married Sean Hannity.
Well, but I mean, yeah, so that he was the one who had the success and right, and they were considered not a success. That's not right either. But women were told for many years, basically you're nothing, you're a nobody unless you go get your degree and you get yourself established and then you can get married and then you can have your career. And I'm saying that's a lie.
What was the suicide rate and drug rate in the 1950s with the quote unquote stay at home moms? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody was healthier.
How many of the men were banging secretaries in the 1950s?
And
I mean, come on. Stop painting this rosy picture of this time when it was
saying, I'm saying now, realize, to your point, that it was women felt unappreciated. You're exactly right. And so whenever you take for granted something that's amazing and a blessing in your life, but the majority, Greg, the majority of fathers in America did not do that.
But quote back in the day, you and Larry were both evening anchors, correct? If I remember, when I was watching
Here in
you guys,
Philadelphia,
when I was watching you guys in college.
Yeah.
So, but in theory, no, I was. I remember the first day I started working with Dawn. I'm like, I used to watch you and Larry on Channel 3 and Channel 29 and blah blah blah. But in theory, if Dawn did morning news for one of the 4 channels and Larry was an evening or night anchor, in theory, you wouldn't need daycare because, Larry would be at home during the day.
Daycare was not an issue, Nick. We
were
signed to 7-figure contracts.
Yes, I know.
There was no, there was not radio money.
Wasn't on a yeah.
Believe me, don't even. So that's not the issue that I'm talking about. I'm talking about a life and culture issue that you can have your kids as a woman make that choice. That's my advice.
Yeah.
And I feel bad. I used to give speeches at graduations, and I have women still, they're like, yeah, I didn't go into TV news because of you, because I paid my dues. I did everything they told me to, you know what I mean? I put myself through college, paid my dues, had my career, And I told women, you're going to have to do this and give this up. And there were women who listened to me and said, yeah, I didn't want to do that. I got a different career, and guess what? I got married and I had kids in my mid-20s, and I'm so glad I did.
But there's also, when you have a marriage and you have young kids, and, Dan's going through it right now with Maisie, now for me, for example, when our kids were born, I was doing the night show at the other station from 6 to 10 p.m. But there would be times, I would get home at 11:30 at night, and my wife, for the most part, even though she had to get up the next morning and work her 9 to 5 social work job, she would do a lot of that stuff. But, 7:30 comes in the morning, and I want to sleep, and I've only been asleep for 7 hours because I'm a pig. Do I want to get up and change a diaper? But my wife was like, I need you to pick up some of the slack here. I know you're probably a little tired, whatever, but you do it. That's people that just don't realize that there is a sacrifice to having kids. Then you probably should have thought of that before you jumped on the wrong foot and did the bad thing.
By the way, for stay-at-home, kids need their mothers.
I agree.
Kids
I agree.
don't.
Maybe
kids
that
don't
sounds.
Need fathers.
I shouldn't be around any 2-year-olds.
Yeah, there's no way the daddy should be there at 2 and 3-year-olds. They need their mother. They need that coddling at that age. They need all the love and support. They don't need a father who's checked out. And it's like, I don't do whatever you want to.
Or has a short fuse.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm not trying to be sexist, but it's, if a kid loses a mother, he's an orphan. I mean, that's just the God's honest truth. Men cannot take the place of women.
No,
ever.
and it's true. We have a childhood crisis today in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Not childhood crisis, a father crisis.
I mean, I'm a great father to my son. At least I think I am, and I will teach him what some of the things that I wasn't taught, and I'm happy with all of that. But if something happens to his mother, I'm he's an orphan. I might as well just put him up for adoption because I can't take the place of her.
There are studies that you can look them up. There's so many studies right now, a loneliness epidemic in America. It's like 73% of people surveyed feeling a sense of loneliness.
Yeah, we call them liberal protesters.
No, not that. Not only that. I mean, what is our purpose? What is our purpose-driven life? And so you have all of these individuals, and particularly those either, let's say, 18 to 25, that group, or 18 to 29, and they've sort of lost their way. They're lonely. They're unfulfilled. You mentioned Dan Borowski. So what is his motivation now? His number one thing is, that's all he talks about. I mean, his baby daughter, his wife, that's what he's working for, right?
And your big three at 10 o'clock.
and he works very hard, but there's a new purpose behind that you have as a parent. I forget what the heck I did before I had kids. I mean, do you ever feel like that? Like, what did I do with all that time?
No, I had fun.
I was just going to say that.
I remember it vividly. I think about it all the time.
I went to dinner late at night. I went to concerts.
I ordered Chinese while gambling on football in my underwear.
It was a blessing. I was like, love this.
But I just think, and now we have this real problem where we have a population problem, right? We have this huge lack of population. People are not procreating. That's a problem for us in our country. So,
or the wrong people are procreating. Yeah. You should be. No, it's the truth. I know it's not PC to say.
No,
but
if you're stupid, you can't have sex.
There's a reason. We should give licenses out to people and say, are you a big dope? Then you can't procreate.
But understand right now what you're saying, and look at what the monitors of CNN and all the so-called mainstream media, and what you're seeing here is in Minneapolis, because people in Minnesota right now are furious with the fact that they're struggling to pay their child care and struggling to find a caretaker for their autistic child, and they got ripped off by individuals who were brought in there to vote for D's and whatever, money launder for the Democrats or whatever the heck they were doing, and it was horrible. And that was the narrative until this all happened. They took over the narrative, the mainstream media being complicit with it now, and now everybody's talking about, the villain ICE.
Yep. Speaking of the ICE and the protests, there's people in Minnesota right now, in Minneapolis, protesting with no Kings flags. So they had their no Kings flag in the closet since May, and they brought that out because they don't have a no ICE flag. What a bunch of losers. Find a purpose in your life. All right, if you're in the market for a vehicle, Piazza's your solution. By the way, 2nd anniversary, year 2, Piazza Auto Group, sponsoring the naming rights of the 1210 WPHT studios.
Multi-year deal, baby. Come
That's
on.
right.
Yeah, baby.
Who doesn't love a multi-year deal?
Come on.
Start your new year off right with a new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle that you've been wanting. Our friends from Piazza Premium Autos, well, they're available to assist you now in that unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium Family Auto Group, they have dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey, where you will find that Alfa Romeo, that Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Philly Sports Put to Music at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! Oh!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:54, Kayal and Company, the music and the big three coming up in just a moment. But before then, let's welcome in our buddy Ted in Swarthmore. Ted, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning, group.
What's up, Ted?
Hey, Happy New Year to all.
You too.
I said to Jimmy, I thought maybe I was on the blacklist. I was on the naughty list, but I guess not.
No, you are in the good list.
All right, I was just listening, and I'm hearing everybody complaining and all, but I think maybe what we need to do is talk to one another. Like, don't only talk to people who have one child or two children and say, how am I getting out of it? There's a lot of selfishness that's going on in here. And if we just take a minute, there are a lot of people out there who are struggling, but they're working hard through it. I gave Jimmy an example in my own personal life. I had 8 brothers and sisters. And due to a divorce, I only had a mother. She made it, raised us, and gave us all principles and values to live by. I personally have 5 kids that went through the college of their choice. They're married. I helped them all along the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 67 years old and I'm still working. That's what you have to do.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Sometimes you just have to do it. You have to sacrifice.
Yep.
And a lot of people do not want to sacrifice.
Nope.
They want to look around and say, where's the handout? It should be for me. And I work with a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, and a lot of times, you know, when the dad finds out that the mom's pregnant, the dad bails like a coward.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Like I said, 9 children, 16 years old to 7 days old, and my dad bailed.
Yeah.
Never saw him again.
My wife, thanks for the call, Ted. My wife's grandfather he had, I think, 8 daughters. So my mother-in-law, my crazy liberal mother-in-law, is one of, I think, 7 or 8. And he worked into his 70s. He was a Texaco employee for the oil company, and then was still working in the 70s for his son's trucking company because he had so many kids. My whole idea of retiring at 62 and moving to Florida is probably far-fetched. Right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Dude,
we can dream, right?
Dude, I know what we pay. You can't.
Right.
62, you're going to be dead at 61 anyway.
That's a great point. That's
right.
a great point.
And where I'm going is probably hotter than Florida.
Phil. Right, Phil. Right.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's play the music.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 8th, we celebrate the birthdays of Jeff Abercrombie from Fuel, who's 62, Mike Reno from Loverboy, who's 71, and Robbie Krieger from The Doors, who's now 80. Heavenly birthday shouts to David Bowie and the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley, who would have been 91 today. We also lost...
But instead died constipated on the toilet at 40.
That may be true.
Thank
we
you.
also lost Steve Clark from Def Leppard in 91. Sing a Good Dog and Butterfly by Heart in 79. Sitting on the Dock of the Bay by Otis Redding in 68. And Forever by Papa Roach in 2007. Album that could When All the Pieces Fit by Peter Frampton in 89. Also in 74, Kiss signed their very first record deal. In 94, Blind Melon was on SNL. In 65, the Beach Boys started recording Help Me Rhonda. In 94, Nirvana played their last U.S. show. In 81, Linda Ronstadt made her Broadway debut, and in 68, the Beatles were atop the album chart. But lastly, since it is Elvis's birthday, and yes, I like to poke Stalker,
yes,
on this day in 74, the governor of Georgia, Jimmy Carter, declared today Elvis Presley Day, and in 93, a stamp is dedicated in his honor at Graceland.
Haven't we decided that Jimmy Carter was the worst president in United States history?
Yes.
That was the only thing. The only thing he ever did that was good.
Okay, well, that was my
Elvis
point.
Presley Day?
Everybody hated Jimmy Carter and everything he did, but because he declared Elvis Presley Day, he was forgiven for it, for being a terrible president and a hayseed. Although he did like the Allman Brothers, which I.
That's when I was in Georgia too when he was governor.
All right, hit your tag. Hit your tag. Not your tag. Your tag out for your thing.
For Kayal and Company.
I'm Phil.
Oh, 4K, yeah. 4K and Company. I'm Phil Lumpkus. I'm like, what's happening
looking
here?
at his badge
I'm
to
like,
get
what are
into
you
the
talking
bathroom.
about right now?
I've tasked him with so many jobs.
I know. Poor
and
Phil.
and he's like, I'm like, hey, do you want to do sports? He's like,
Sure.
Do I have to get up any earlier?
Stay up later now. It's okay. You know, it's okay.
It's okay.
By the way, for those
You're
that
doing
are,
a great job,
are
by the way.
wondering, you are, Phil.
Yeah.
You really are.
I really enjoyed today's sports report.
It was good. So, yes, Elvis died in the Graceland bathroom, found collapsed on the toilet, and while the official cause was a heart attack, severe chronic constipation, and a condition called megacolon were major contributing factors.
I got a mega colon.
With some reports suggesting he was straining at the time of his death.
Thank you.
His medical issues, including drug abuse, led to a heart arrhythmia, but the underlying bowel problems, exacerbated by medications and a barium x-ray, were significant, with autopsy findings showing impacted stool in his colon.
My colon is all shook up.
That's nasty.
Don
That is nasty.
Stensland,
Yes, that
tell
is
us what's in the big three today, shall you?
It's the Big Three with Don Stensland.
A lot happening this morning already. This January the 8th with a high of 53 degrees today, so it's going to feel like spring. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro announcing he's running, it's official, for a second term in the pivotal battleground state of us, PA, after a first term that put him on the D's radar as a potential contender
So does
for
that
2028.
Does that rule out
No.
2028?
No.
Okay.
No, not. I don't think so.
Okay. You're probably right.
So he'll be in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Philly and Pittsburgh throughout today, making the big announcement and having some, I don't know, big rallies or what have you. So he's making the rounds, making the big announcement today.
When is his term up?
And so he is. So
End of 27?
Yeah. So he's, by the way, running against Stacey Garrity, who's a very popular Pennsylvania treasurer.
Yeah, she's not that popular.
She is too.
No.
She's very popular.
She's not going to beat him.
The only question is the margin of victory smaller than it was over Mastriano? That's my guess. I'm being serious.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's my...
You're You're right.
Well, I mean, do you think he's...
Why are you rolling your eyes? You know that's a fact, Don. Don't you?
Jimmy, pull that.
You think Stacey Garrity has a chance against Josh Shapiro? There's 0.0 chance she does.
It's like, what movie was it? So you're saying there's a chance?
Right, Dumb
No,
and Dumber.
I think she's fabulous, and she's smart to put her name in the ring.
I'm not talking about her as a human. I'm talking about her chances in Pennsylvania. Don't get emotional because I know you've had her on and you like her.
No, I do. I like her a lot.
I'm saying her chances in Pennsylvania are slim and none.
Hey, she's got my vote.
Well,
that doesn't say
that's
much.
wonderful. Yeah. No, I think that you never know what's going to happen, and I think that this is the trick here. So if he runs for governor, and then let's just go here, and then he is running for president.
Yeah.
People get angry about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that could...
Abandoned.
I mean, you talked about Tim Walz. Look at what has happened to Tim Walz's career.
Mm-hmm.
This was Kamala's choice, which was a very bad Venn diagram, I guess, that she chose Walz, who's now just announcing that he's withdrawing from even being a contender to be governor again,
Don, you're
which
right.
was a slam dunk.
It can go bad south and
That's
go bad
right.
quickly. Look at Cuomo in New York. I
Yeah.
mean, I know he
Who would've
ultimately
thunk
started
it?
running. He tried to run for mayor, but
Well,
he fell out of grace real quickly during COVID.
Let me put you on the hot seat, Sensen, and I'm not doing this.
Mm-hmm.
You know I love you, but let me put you on the hot seat. Do you think a scandal is going to bring Josh Shapiro down?
Look, I think it's
like the Tim Walz scandal.
I would hope not. I would hope not, and I have no evidence. Believe me, I have no evidence of that whatsoever. This issue of the so-called women problem, what's going on with that? It wasn't him. I'm not alleging that at all. But I think there. I'm just saying, Greg. You never know.
Of course, yeah. You never
But
know
I'm
who's
not
gonna.
trying to. I'm not trying to give misinformation. Or anything.
I don't think he'll be the nominee in 2028. So I don't think it matters. I've been on record saying that I think it's going to be like an AOC type.
Do you think, Greg, that Shapiro will throw his name in and declare a run
for 28? I think he could.
I'm going to lean towards no.
I'm going to lean towards no
because I think he might still have hurt feelings that he was the Pennsylvania Passover, even though Connell was out of the picture. But he should have been the person over Walz. And then secondly, as much as I don't like him, I don't think he's a socialist. So I don't think his platform, unless he completely sells out as a fraud like Gavin Newsom and adopts this socialist mindset, that's where the party's going. And even though, Shapiro's very liberal, he's not a socialist.
Think about this, though. His faith, I think, is going to be a turnoff to some liberals because he's very pro-Israel.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So I think
So it'll be a Pennsylvania Passover again, you think, by the Dems?
I do believe that.
I think he passes them over.
One of the factors. I mean, there were many factors, but one of the factors in the Kamala Harris loss in 24 was her and Joe Biden's stance on Israel, and I think that to a lot of the left-wing loons out there, they saw that as a slap in the face, and I don't think it. I think that contingency of the Democrat Party is only growing. So I think that the Free Palestine numbnuts like AOC and Mondami and all them, I think they are the rising power in the Democrats, and the people like Shapiro and Fetterman to a more like. I'm not comparing Fetterman and Shapiro, but Fetterman to a larger extent are, persona non grata in a lot of the Democrat circles.
You know what? This is your point, Greg. Let's hear J.D. Vance interviewed on Fox last night. Really speaks to this.
Gavin Newsom obviously running for president. Have you seen this guy cross his legs? Have you ever seen anyone cross their legs like that?
My legs don't cross like that, Jesse. I'll leave. You can interpret that however you want to.
Gavin and Kamala are on a collision course.
Yes.
Who's going to win?
The dumbest candidate will probably win. That's my guess with the Democratic Party. I mean, look, the Democrats have a couple of big issues, and one is that they lean so far into wokeism that they can't see the obviousness of the fact, which is that Kamala Harris is not qualified to be president of the United States. That's why she got the vice presidential nomination. That's why she got the presidential nomination. This is who Kamala Harris is. Now, the flip side is I think you have a unbelievably corrupt and incompetent governor in Gavin Newsom. The fact that those are the two front runners just suggest how deeply deranged the Democrat Party is. Let them fight it out. We'll figure it out.
May the dumbest.
So that was J.D. Vance last night, because also we've been asking, where's J.D. Vance been?
I know. He had to get on with Jesse to steal the spotlight back from Marco.
Yeah, so...
By the way, J.D. looking nice and fit. You know what I mean?
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to shed that label of that meme that's going around with Fat JD.
Well, it's funny if you see older pictures of him. I mean, he was never
cheeks.
he was never fat. I mean, those memes of him are obviously exaggerated. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I love that.
That's a sin.
Put it up. Is it up?
We're laughing at something that was in the
here
in
it
the
is.
hopper. There we go.
Yeah,
There it
there
is.
you have to show it.
It's amazing.
Look.
It's amazing.
But he's had fun with this, by the way.
Of course,
I mean,
he
he
did.
has a great sense of humor.
But you know, he was never fat. But his face was a little fuller, and he's done a good job of.
Well, the
putting
beard
himself in.
really hides it.
Well, no, even if he didn't have the beard, I think it was. Yeah,
He has a baby face.
Yeah.
But you know, I will say this with Shapiro, and you talked about Stacey Garrity. Can anything happen? Yes. But by all accounts, Shapiro has done a good job of painting himself as not this crazy far left person, as more of a bipartisan person. And so
people don't want that though, Dawn.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, especially, I mean, the people who he's trying to galvanize and whip up to come out for these the 2026 midterms and the 2028. They want somebody who's going to kick Trump in the nuts. That's who they want.
Well, that's because politics has become religion.
Of course.
You either believe or you go to hell.
Yeah.
There's no nuance anymore, right?
But
my point about Teddy's show.
But you think about the timing of this. So with Stacey Garrity, she would have to go door to door to have a shot. And I believe that. Start now, go door to door. I know she's had a lot of appearances, but I think this is one of those things. She has military background. She's the treasurer. She's great with money. She's great with solving money issues. But that is her own.
Mastriano too, though. So
obviously very different candidates.
I know.
And so
you got to have the energy Scott Pressler has, because if you're going to knock off Shapiro, you better work tirelessly nonstop.
That's the only shot she would have,
right?
And then to tee herself up, because so the election. I mean, it's this year. It's next November.
Mm-hmm.
So that leaves plenty of time for him, and I'm sure that's his strategy to win as gov. And then he can comfortably, as an executive, right? He has all these executive skills, and he then can comfortably watch from his governor's perch and watch what happens with all the other candidates, like Gavin Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, it's probably a very smart strategy. Not that I'm a
strategery person.
I'm not a strategery person. Strategery,
a strategist.
I think we all could. All three of us could be a political strategist.
Oh, it takes nothing.
I know.
Political. It's the biggest fraud out there. These people collect paychecks and do absolutely nothing.
It's like being a radio consultant.
Well, you should exactly. Well, you should do this and do more of this and do less of this and make sure you hit this. Yeah. They don't know. They're just guessing like we are.
Yeah. Question is, can you do what we do?
No.
Thank you. Yeah, my advice to Governor Shapiro would be, and to any candidate, be yourself. And for him, don't listen to Matt Bradford or let them bully you. Don't let the progressives and the far left bully you.
Nick, I'm so glad you just said what you said about doing what we do, meaning me, you, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, Rich Cioli, like what we do here, Jimmy Fallon on this radio station. Because doing a podcast, and when I say that, I mean the people who just do podcasts, who never did radio, who just started podcasting. They can't do what we do. Try getting a ratings point on a radio station. Try holding people's interest and having advertisers control your future and control your destiny, because you need to have a ratings point. Try doing that. Try doing that on an AM station where you're competing with FM stations and podcasts and everything else. It's not easy.
Nope.
It's not easy. So everybody out there who thinks that what we do is easy, it ain't. Trust me, there's been a lot of people who failed miserably doing this, and then they go to podcasting and this, and I'm all I'm saying is that Rich said it beautifully when he made his announcement about this, is that like terrestrial radio is still the be all end all of what we're doing, and he cut his teeth doing this, so him going the podcast route is 100% justified. But the people who just say, well, I could open up a microphone and get an audience, no you can't. Thank you.
There it is, from the man, the buffed brand manager. Greg Stalker.
Yeah, what's up with this buff thing? You lifting?
I'm not buff.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what Dawn's
She's been calling you buff lately. I haven't seen it.
Because of what somebody said on the YouTube.
I try not. I just try not to look at anybody, so I didn't know.
I'm not lifting.
Well, you're working out. You're biking
I'm working.
You're working out already for
I am-
Families Behind the Badge
I am-
next July.
I am training for next July,
See?
where I'm going to. I'm gonna. I don't know. Paul Tiers who emails me all the time is a great guy. He's trying to do biking with me. He says that I should stop talking about my fitness and what I'm doing because the bar is going to be way too high. See, what I did for the last 2 years with you, Nick, is I was like, I can't do this. There's no way I'm going to finish. I should stick with that because then if I finished, it was fine.
And it was all a lie because you shot out like Evel Knievel. Amazing.
But
you rope it though to me.
Dan, look at what
There's Schwarzenegger. Look at Arnold.
Greg.
I want to pump you up.
Stop.
Thank you, Dan.
I love it. Ooh, those
the
muscles.
governor.
Ooh, fabulous. So, Sheets moving into Wawa territory.
Ah, jeez.
The dude from
the
Sheets
turf
just died.
wars.
The dude from Sheets just died, I heard. He was 77.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Sheets.
Yeah.
Joey Sheets.
So sad.
I don't have anything against Sheets. I just think a little overrated.
Well, you're Montgomery County.
Oh,
You're moving in.
Where?
Look at the map.
Where?
Dan's got the map.
Oh, they're
okay,
trying
that's-
to. What's
Like
that,
Dora
Limerick?
It's like Dora the Explorer.
Limerick?
On the map.
Yeah. Okay.
Right off Ridge Pike
Yeah.
there, Nick.
In your hood. So you'll see in other words, you'll see a tour in a moment. But
There it
Wawa,
is.
obviously, there's the tour of a Sheets, what it looks like.
I mean, it just looks like another place where you can get a sandwich.
It's always felt to me like Wawa merged with Subway, and out came a Sheets.
You know what it is? It's that I'm loyal. I'm loyal to the gal that brung me to the dance, and like I'm a Wawa person.
Yeah.
I was raised a Wawa person. I will always be a Wawa person. Screw you, Sheets.
Oh, so I didn't know Sheets has a beer cave. I did not know that they.
So does Wawa.
No, they don't.
There are Wawas that sell alcohol.
Really?
Really?
Check me.
I've
Fact
never
check
seen
me.
them.
Never seen one.
Only in Ohio, says Dan. Sorry.
Yeah, not here. Pennsylvania, are you kidding?
Thank you, Dan.
With the state
I
stores.
know. I mean, I knew Sheets did.
Saves us.
Royal Farms carries beer, but I've never seen the Wawa. With
So
one.
Sheets has the booze.
Yeah.
But it's Ridge Pike in Limerick, and you've got a Wawa on one side, the Sheets on the other side. So here we go, the turf wars. So we could have some fun with this.
I'm Team Wawa until I'm paid to be something else.
Wawa person. I've been going for 37 years. I think Wawa is just better in everything. Sheets has always been kind of like a Western Pennsylvania, but I mean, I think competition's always a good thing.
For the Yinzers.
I can't wait for Sheets.
It's going to be a nice balance, switch up. Wawa, you get the same sizzly every morning, same coffee, so it's nice to have something different.
There's a lot of Wawas around here, so we could use the Sheets.
What do you think about Sheets now kind of entering Wawa territory?
I love it. I want them all. Royal Farm, Sheets, Wawa.
Yeah.
Courtesy 6 ABC. All right, everybody's moving out of Jersey. That's the headliner here. U-Haul Growth Index, Texas back on top. #1 growth state of 2025. Where does New Jersey rank? According to U-Haul, 48 out of 50. Everybody's getting the heck out of Jersey.
Wow.
Can't afford it.
Top U-Haul states: Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee.
Wait. These are people that
South
are
Carolina.
leaving that state or going to that state. So more people are going to Texas and Florida and North. Okay.
Yeah, the most inbound migration.
Gotcha. So,
Yes.
so the inbound migration is Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, Washington. Interesting.
Yes.
Arizona, Idaho, Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, Montana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Maine, Utah,
Interesting.
Kentucky, South Dakota, Minnesota, Nevada, and blah, blah, blah. blah.
So how this works is U-Haul ranks states by their net gain or loss of the customers who rent a one-way U-Haul truck or trailer or U-Box or those moving containers, right, in one state and then drop off the equipment in the other state.
Yeah,
so
Dan-
this is their data. So they say well over $2.5 million, 2.5 million people on these one-way transactions. So it turns out to be a pretty good study because you have 2.5 million people.
Look at the end of this: Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California. Remember earlier this morning, Dawn, when I said, why don't we just trade New York, Illinois, and California for Denmark, Greenland? There's a reason why I said that. Nobody wants to move to these states. Wonder why that is. What do you think your expert opinion would be on that, Dawn? Why do people not want to move to a blue state?
Yeah, and why are they leaving New Jersey? You know why? Because they cannot afford it. So I guess maybe all the people who, I don't know, maybe everybody who did not vote for the governor who, they voted for Jack.
Yeah.
And so now they're like, yeah, well, last one out of Jersey, turn off the lights.
Yep, that's right.
You know what I mean?
If you voted for Jack and obviously you didn't get what
Not
you
happy.
wanted, Texas, Florida, the Carolinas, Tennessee, they're open. They're open for business.
So it's, by the way, though, Philadelphia, look at that number, Nick. Philadelphia is the 25th fastest growing metro area, and that's for the 2025 number last year. So people are moving to Philadelphia. I don't have the information of, and you'll see I think Dan was showing, has some pretty cool drone video of
the Schuylkill looks nice when
Look
it's
at this.
60 feet above.
Beautiful.
Beautiful skyline.
But people are moving here from cities like New York City or even from Jersey.
Well, we're less crazy.
More affordable. We actually don't have, if you look around at I look in Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy, East Mount Airy, across Philadelphia, they're building. And this is one of Mayor Parker's, one of her initiatives to build wherever they can.
Yeah.
And so, and by the way, that was another Trumpism I forgot. At 6 a.m., President Trump kind of cracking down on the Black Rocks and whatnot as far as buying up homes.
That was one of my beefs a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
These corporations that are buying up homes and flipping them for rentals prices all of you people out.
Speaking of pricing, unfortunately, if you're somebody, and I do this pretty much every day, if you drive around Aikens Oval, the art museum area, and take Kelly Drive either way, just a heads up, that warning period is over for drivers who violate the red light cameras. And if you know that area, like Kelly Drive, Aikens Oval, it gets all congested and you end up maybe, going through the yellow and it turns red. Starting today, heads up, if you ignore that red light in front of basically where the famous Rocky steps are, $100 fine.
Ooh.
$100, and there's boom, it just goes to your license plate and you're done.
Yep.
Just pay it.
Follow the law or contribute to the money grab.
Yeah.
Those are your options.
So it's another one. And the other one, if you don't already know this, is around City Hall. Like if you're heading down Broad Street, I admit I've got, because all the traffic backs up and then you're stuck. If a pedestrian runs out in front of you and it's on a yellow light, you have to stop and then cha-ching.
Yep. And you're stuck.
You're done.
Don't block the box.
So there's that. Let's listen. Who do we have here? This is Charles Ramsey, former commish, talking about why. Why do we have to, or what's the purpose of the cameras in the city?
Has been improved. Well, the automated red light enforcement program has been a huge success, in my opinion, here in Philadelphia. We started in June of 2005. Since that period of time, approximately 1 million citations have been issued as a result of the program, but it's not about the tickets. It's about safety. And we have seen a decrease in the number of traffic accidents at many of our intersections that have been the most problematic.
It's not about the money, but red light cameras did generate more than $23 million for Pennsylvania Department of Transportation's enhancement grant program. So $23 million, Nick, but not for the money.
Not for the money, of course not. Mike Braun says, by the way, the Wawa in Doylestown on the north end has alcohol.
Really?
Yep.
So Greg Stocker
is wrong.
I've never heard of that.
Greg was wrong for all 4 hours and 20 minutes, but he left for his brand manager meeting, so we'll hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah, so you got all brave when he left.
Well, pretty much.
I'm just teasing you.
All right.
Well, listen, we have a great show just ahead. Stay right there. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210. We'll be right back.
University of Maryland Global Campus.
The housing market tends to hibernate during the winter.
Nobody wants to move when it's 1 degree outside.
If you want to move in the new year, Drew Wishover of the Inspired Title Group says you can use the January lull to get a leg up on spring home buying season.
See, the areas maybe you want to live in. Maybe it's a good time to do some, home renovations and get your property in tip-top shape so you can get the top dollar for your house.
I'm Rob Hart.